Okay, good morning all. Welcome to day 2 of AM101. Before we begin, we're beginning this morning with public comment, and I do understand we've got a few speakers who will be taking the mic and grilling us and others from the Secretariat with regards to a variety of issues. But before we begin, I did wish to thank the Secretariat for last evening's reception and the wonderful opportunity, which so many of us appear to have benefited from, of just getting caught up and enjoying a good meal and some good conversation, and seemed to be a fair amount of laughter in the room, which was kind of nice way to start the week. And hopefully we can carry that through into today. So with that, David, I'll turn over to you. I think you have the list of our speakers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And so just a reminder that there are 2 ways to sign up for public comment, paper version outside at reception, the reception desk, and then also through the public comment portal in Adobe Connect. So we currently have 3 public comments sign-ups, and they would all like to take the microphone and provide their intervention for Commission consideration. And so if we just step through those. Mouse is not working for me. There we go. So the first is Linda Bankin. So if we could come to the microphone, please.
There we go. Good morning. Linda Benkin, testifying for Last Longline Fishermen's Association. I wanted to start by thanking the Secretariat and particularly Dr. Stewart and Dr. Hicks for all the time they have spent answering questions coming into this meeting, giving presentations, explaining the stock assessment to stakeholders. It's really been appreciated, super helpful, and I think people are much more prepared coming into this meeting than ever before. Our organization, I think shared by a lot of people in this room, have concern about where we are with the stock being at historic low levels. We will be supporting reductions in catch limits, also supporting some shortening of the season to take pressure off of spawning stocks. But part of what I want to ask the Commission here to consider initiating research on is looking at, is there more we can and should be doing to protect habitat or to protect nursery areas or to protect spawning stocks, and whether that is looking at putting that in place temporally. So there's times of the years when we're closing all fisheries in areas that we know are important to halibut for spawning or as nursery grounds, or if it's a year-round closure to all fisheries. We'd really like to see the Commission take a look at that, noting that in the past, when we were at low levels and saw recovery, we did have areas that were closed year-round to all fisheries, not just to our directed fishery, and that possibly that facilitated recovery. Some of the areas that I know are particularly important and have historically been rich for halibut are Portlock, albatross, and the W grounds, or Portlock Banks and albatross grounds and the W grounds. Those areas have always been places that fishermen have historically relied on to be very rich, know that there's important halibut habitat there, and would ask that those be considered, but not only those areas. And certainly trust the scientists to have the best ideas of what other areas might be important. I wanted to mention just 2 other points while I'm up here. Probably won't be back up, so thought I'd cover some issues that you haven't talked about yet. Well, logbooks. I understand that the regulations changed. We were part of that last year, asking people to send in logbooks within 30 days of the close of the season. From what I heard from Dr. Stewart's presentation, there's still a lot of people who aren't doing that. I don't think there's a lot of awareness in the fleet that they're supposed to do that. It may help to just do a blanket letter to everybody. I'll push it out now through our newsletter, but just ask the organizations, ask fishermen to get those logbooks in if they haven't been visited by a port sampler within 30 days of the end of the season. The last thing I wanted to mention for anybody who hasn't been participating in the North Pacific Council on the Alaska side is our organization did submit a request at the last council meeting for the council to consider abundance-based management of halibut bycatch caps in the Gulf. Now that we've been successful at implementing that in the Bering Sea, the caps are at least double what the actual bycatch has been in the Gulf, leaving a lot of room if we do get a big year class of small fish for that to be creamed pretty hard. If that fleet came up to what its bycatch cap is, it seems really critical to lower those caps and get working on that before we hope there is another big year class that we want to protect as it grows to maturity. And that's all I have. Thanks so much.
Thank you for those. Not sure if, John, you wanted to start on any responses to some of those, just because it's given a little bit more of your bailiwick. But at the same time, I guess with the research question, if I might, that's something I think we could encourage be taken note of with regards to the development of the 5-year research plan and sort of inform that. And we'll, of course, have an opportunity to see that come back as a product to this commission and be endorsed by this commission. So certainly an opportunity as that's developed to weave in some of those aspects that you were referencing.
Yeah, thanks, Linda. Appreciate the comments. Certainly with regard to habitat protection, I think IPHC's role is probably pretty limited there, but maybe the Secretariat experts have some ideas on good avenues to pursue, either through the North Pacific Fishery Management Council process with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, other partners. Appreciate the suggestion about the reminder to fishermen about getting their logbooks in, and also the interest in halibut ABM in the Gulf, and aware that you brought that up in the council process, and expect there'll be further discussion about that along with Gulf rationalization in general and other related issues. Thanks.
Okay. Oops, sorry, Bob.
Yeah, through the chair, Dave, do we have a chart that shows spawning areas? I think I remember something in the past, but is that something we can ask after the meeting at annual meeting as an organization, or Alpha could ask for it or something like that?
Yes, no problem. We can certainly circulate that. There is a version on the website as well, and so we will maybe include a link as well in the report of the meeting, so it's easily accessible. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And David, who do we have as our next speaker?
Yes, thank you. A few more have signed up as well, so this will I think we have 6 or 7 at the moment. So the next is Brian DeFawn. If you could come to the microphone, please.
I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I heard someone mention yesterday about, and I don't remember if it was a commissioner or if it was IPHC staff, but I heard someone mention, changing.
Sorry, Brian. I don't know if the microphone has gone off. You just tap it. It's on. You might just have to pull it a bit closer.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you.
I don't remember who it was that mentioned it yesterday, whether it was a commissioner or IPHC staff, but the comment was made about moving away from revenue neutrality on the FIS, and I would just like to support that. When you target certain stations trying to make revenue because they've been successful stations in the past, I think you miss the bigger picture, especially out west when there isn't as much density. What I've noticed over the last 4 or 5 years is you might still find fish in what might have been a traditional hotspot for you, whether it's a pass or a bunch of rock piles. But whereas I used to get fish in between the rocks or just outside the pass, I'm not really seeing that anymore. So I'm still getting some fish, and I can make my trips by fishing in passes or fishing on top of rock piles, but productivity outside of that region is just basically non-existent. So I mean, the point of the FIS is to get the whole picture. And I think it's a lot worse than it looks if you just target areas where you think you can catch some fish. And I know the answer is, well, we need people to survey those stations. But there's not very much willingness to do that because, I mean, there's fishermen that are tying up their boats and selling their boats, just trying to make a living at commercial fishing, and they know where the fish are. So to go do a charter for $45,000 for a certain amount of time, I mean, it doesn't work economically for a lot of these boats. And I would just like to say, I think we need to, I know we've talked about it in the past, but we really need to subsidize the fish. It's a lot more important than, I mean, I think people understand it's important, but I would just like to reiterate that point.
Thanks for that. I think that's fairly stands on its own, frankly. Worth taking note of. Appreciated. Dr. Wilson, who do we have next?
Thank you very much, Chair. Forrest Braden. Thank you, Forrest.
Good morning, Commissioners, Secretariat. I want to echo Ms. Benkin's words that I really appreciate the approachability of staff and the commissioners, and been here long enough that kind of feels like family, even though we don't always see eye to eye. So I like that dynamic here. Southeast, I guess for the record, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, Forrest Braden, speaking on behalf of the 2C charter fleet, but bigger than that, just broader. I think everybody that's coming to this meeting with uncertainties and with fishery objectives and concerns about the biomass. So I would like to say that we're not opposed to some measure of cuts. I don't promise not to get up here again in the meeting, but I just speaking to stock assessment, some of the comments and presentation that Dr. Stewart gave, we do understand that this is a precautionary area that we're in right now. That said, we support moderate, iterative chipping away at our problem rather than wholesale cuts. We don't support the idea that we're in a fish rebuilding status. And I do have a question, and it's for Dr. Stewart on slide 33, if that's okay, through the chair.
Assuming that our doctor is able to come to the mic. Yep. I don't know. Did you want to call up that slide, or do you?
To bring up slide 33 from yesterday's presentation 11. Might take just a second. Go ahead and ask the question.
Okay. And what we'll see when it comes up is it's coastwide long and areas as fleets long look at recruitment, going back to, I need new glasses, pretty far before the 1920s, I think 1900s. And we understand that there's pretty big confidence intervals around some of that early stuff, but it seems like maybe 1950s and forward we have a better sense. It's 33. It was right before there we go. So my understanding is that the two things that feed into 3-year surplus are recruitment and size at age. I mean, the two major factors. So the question for you, Dr. Stewart, is what is the connection between absolute spawning biomass and recruitment? And then the second part of the question would be, do you feel like there's anything that we can do in this meeting as long as we're looking short term, the next 3 years, as long as we're staying under 3-year surplus, are we putting the stock in jeopardy, something that we could make a decision if we're under 3-year surplus, if we're from status quo down to say 10%, anywhere in that realm, is there a big risk, a big gamble, as long as we stay short term?
Thanks for the question. I guess I'll start with the relationship between stock and recruitment. This is our reconstruction going back for over 100 years of the recruitment time series. I also showed you yesterday a similar reconstruction of spawning biomass with some uncertainty, particularly back before the 1980s, where we don't really understand fully the stock dynamics that were occurring during that time period with regard to how much biomass may or may not have been in the western areas. But given the reconstruction that we've been able to do, what we find for the Pacific halibut stock is a very weak relationship between spawning biomass and recruitment. It's on first principles. We know that if we have no spawners, we have no recruits. But once we have some level of spawning biomass, it appears from the history of the Pacific halibut stock that this stock is capable of creating large recruitments even at relatively low spawning biomass. This graphic compared to the time series of spawning biomass indicates that we started to see an increase in recruitment around this time of the transition from low to high Pacific decadal oscillation conditions. I think the next part here shows you that we entered this period of high productivity. We entered that period at a relatively low spawning biomass. So we started seeing large recruitments before we saw the response in spawning biomass. This is not uncommon across other fish species. We've seen a similar pattern for sablefish just in the last 10 years, where the spawning biomass was at a low level, and then we started to see bigger recruitments. However, that poses a challenge for management because it means that we don't have a tight relationship between the two. And I can't guarantee that if we have larger spawning biomass, especially over a short term, like the next 3 years, a modest increase in spawning biomass likely does not increase the probability of having a large recruitment during that time period. There is, however, as I mentioned yesterday, we estimate that the stock is probably at or fairly near as low a spawning biomass as we've seen during the historical period. So there is some risk associated with being at a spawning biomass level that we've not observed before. But I can't tell you that that poses a conservation risk because we haven't seen that strong relationship between stock and recruitment. So I guess in answer to your question, over the next 3 years, the level of the 3-year surplus, which I'll speak to in a presentation later this morning, is going to be essentially dependent on the year classes that we already have in the water. That calculation doesn't count on seeing another recruitment in the near future. And so that's really, that calculation will be, will give us an indication of how much how much we can take out of the stock and likely have an equal probability of having above or below the same spawning biomass at the end of 3 years. I'll speak to that a little bit later. If that answers your question.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And just to wrap up, my sense is that we are, sensing economic distress, the economics of the commercial fishery, for instance, a lot less fish in the water. I have heard anecdotally that folks that fished before this peak looks unprecedented in our historical record, like the 1987 year class had experienced similar fishing, and then there were the boom days, and now we're back to low levels and scratchy fishing, which is not fun if you're trying to make a living. But I'm just trying to make sure that we're still in the realm of economic decisions and not in danger of crashing the stock, because nobody wants to see that. So I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you both. I think in the interest of time, maybe we'll just keep moving. Okay, who's our next speaker, David?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we have one more request for the microphone on agenda items that have been presented to date. And so I'll invite Baklakaitis, please.
Thank you all. My name is Baklakaitis. I'm a commercial fisherman in Alaska, live in Homer. I have mostly fish in the Bering Sea, 3 vessels. So if I call Mayday and we're dealing with the Canadian Coast Guard or the US Coast Guard, I know they're going to respond. I know they're trained how to operate under emergencies, and I know that they know their mission. From the young guy who jumps in the water, if I say Mayday, 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 we're on the point by this hotel. From the young guy who jumps in the water all the way through the senior captain, I know that they're trained for that emergency and they will respond. I also know that they're trained to listen for their signal. When I call on a VHF, someone's listening and they're trained to initiate the response or the rescue. Now, I think we're on the rocks in Western areas. We probably harvest as much halibut as anyone in the Bering Sea, and I'm speaking primarily in Western Gulf and the Bering Sea, not so much the Aleutian Islands. I could tell you all about our economic difficulties, but mostly I want to talk about, you'll hear it once because I don't think everybody knows. You can look at the stat catch reports, 70% of the CDQ was left in the water in the Bering Sea. That's very important economics to people. Just overall in general, about 50% of the IFQ in the Bering Sea was caught this year. Now that's a pretty strong signal, especially when you don't have surveys. And I'm not saying only listen to me, because that's what this process is all about. Everyone will have their opinion of what's going on, but we've seen it's not just 1 year, it's not just St. Matthews. We fish everywhere. It's just been a long, steady decline in our fishing. So I think we're to the point where we need to shift gears and go from, I just need to get your attention, but we need to shift gears from going that, we've done this before, everything's fine, to worry about the minimum spawning biomass size. So protecting the spawning biomass, we're at historic lows now, and we need new rules of engagement. I think we should preface everything we say, every procedure, every bit of science advice with, we're below the historic low of the spawning biomass. The stock may not respond as it has in the past. We need to protect what is remaining to protect future potential for the stock to recover. I'd like to shift the frame from 10 years of saying, we're in this low productivity environment, we're waiting for recruitment, and the level of fishing doesn't really matter. It's natural. We're going down to actually fishing does matter more and is in fact the only thing we can control when we're at a low stock size. I mean, I'm not a scientist. I'm a fisherman. It just makes sense to me. And so we talk about this. It's really Alan's bailiwick, but it has to do with Ian. But I just think we need an interim policy objective that says 2024 is the absolute minimum spawning biomass we want to see, and figure out how to solve for that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Buck. I don't know if colleagues have questions on that. Okay. We'll take that under advisement. I suspect there'll be an opportunity further today, perhaps through the presentation of regulatory proposals, where we'll pick this up anew. So, David, we're in your hands. You sort of said the last speaker in the room, but are there speakers online?
No, that's everybody. Thank you, Chair. We do have one additional request for the microphone for the items that are about to be presented. And so if it's okay with you, Sean, we'll move that to the speakers, the public comment session just before lunch after that's okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Then we return to our agenda as structured, which would be useful for me to have in front of me. 6.1, Dr. Hicks.
Okay, good morning, commissioners, and good morning, everyone in the room. Thank you for coming and being here this morning. I look forward to presenting to you. I'm going to present to you an update on the management strategy evaluation, the work that we've been doing in 2024. And this will really be framed around the harbor strategy policy, which there is a draft harbor strategy policy document as document 17 on the AM101 website. So I want to begin with a little tiny review of what is management strategy evaluation. And really, this is a process to evaluate harvest strategies and develop a management procedure that is robust to uncertainty and meets defined objectives. So there's a lot of important keywords there: evaluation, management procedures, being robust to uncertainty, and meeting defined objectives. We're going to talk about a lot of these things, but this is part of a process of defining the goals and objectives, how you want to manage the stock, what's important to you. And then defining a management procedure. What's the actual procedure that determines the mortality limits? Simulating that is the fun thing that I get to do, and evaluating it is where I get help from the MSAB as well as commissioners and many stakeholders in this room to evaluate those different management procedures and then put it into application, which is what we've now presented a harvest strategy policy document as the application part of this. So this is really important process to inform the development of a harvest strategy policy. And you might ask me, well, what's a harvest strategy policy? And that's really a framework that's defining the application of a consistent, transparent, science-based approach to setting the mortality limits while ensuring sustainability. So all of that is really important. It's identifying the appropriate method to manage the natural variability and the scientific uncertainty. This is something Dr. Cox talked about. There's uncertainty in our system. There's variability in our system. How do we manage with the presence of that? How do we reduce the risk to levels that we find appropriate? There's a lot of other parts to the harvest strategy policy. But really it's adhering to the best practices of modern fisheries management. That's a really important key to this as well. And it's not a document that's there to replace any other document defining the International Pacific Halibut Commission. It's a document that is a summary specific to how mortality limits and how we want to balance risk and trade-offs. But it's a document that's also that's meant to be used along with the other documents like the 1979 protocol. So we're not looking to replace anything here. We're looking to just define that framework more in detail. So the IPHC has actually been operating under an interim harvest strategy policy for the last 8 to 9 years that I've been with IPHC. And this is using a reference coastwide mortality of SPR and FSPR 43%. You'll hear Dr. Stewart talk about that more later. And that was developed with support of the MSC framework 3 or 4 years ago. In conjunction with that is a 30-20 control rule that reduces the fishing intensity when the relative spawning biomass is less than 30%. So that's to enact, to come into play if there's a conservation concern to start reducing the fishing intensity. As you saw yesterday, Dr. Stewart presented that the relative spawning biomass is currently at 38%. So that control rule is not part of the equation in determining fishery mortality limits or the reference fishery mortality limits at this time. So one issue is this interim harvest strategy policy is currently not documented or endorsed by the commission. And so what we've developed is this draft, document 17, that is something that the commission can consider. So I want to walk through the different chapters of this draft harvest strategy policy and link in how the management strategy evaluation work has supported the development of this HSP, we often call it. And so chapter 1 of this document really describes what is a harvest strategy policy. It's encompassing the entire management process. It's defining the decision framework, and it's defining things like objectives and key principles. So I'll talk about some of those, the reference points, the processes for monitoring the stock, and then predetermined rules that adjust the reference fishing mortality accordingly. And that's the SPR, the control rules, and things like that. But this chapter 1 is really an introduction to the whole document, setting up the definitions of a lot of these terms. Chapter 2 is a very important chapter because it defines the objectives and the key principles. And what I've put here is what the MSAB co-chairs presented yesterday is the current commission objectives in priority order. And so we have 4 objectives, priority objectives. There's a lot more objectives underneath the hood here that we often consider. We'll talk about some of those. But the 4 priority objectives are maintaining the halibut female spawning biomass or relative spawning biomass above a limit, and that limit is 20%. We just don't want to get the spawning biomass have the effect of fishing on the relative spawning biomass really large. And so we want to reduce that risk. The second objective is maintaining the relative spawning biomass above a threshold. And that is currently a relative spawning biomass of 36%. And that is to just maintain it at or above that level. And what that means is to maintain the spawning biomass at a level that supports maximum economic yield. And that's a very common term in fisheries science, where you can fish down a stock and you can actually increase the productivity of the stock by fishing it down a little bit. You just don't want to fish it down too much. And so we determined that threshold to be 36%. There's 2 more objectives, and these last 2, C and D, are really fishery objectives, and that's to optimize the average coastwide yield, which we'll talk about. You've heard some discussion of this already. And then limiting the annual changes in those fishing mortality limits. So the TCY, you don't want it to change by 30% every year, for example. You want some stability in the system to develop a business plan, you might say. So these are the current 4 priority objectives. The SRB at their 24th meeting last year made a recommendation to develop a more specific and quantifiable catch objective to replace objective C. That was the one optimize, where optimize was used, and the MSAB co-chairs talked about this yesterday. And optimize, SRB felt this is vague. It really cannot be valid or evaluated, but it was chosen to provide flexibility in the evaluation process. So the MSAB had a discussion about this, and they recommended changing that word optimize to maximize, and also not having those last 2 objectives be the yield objective, maximizing yield, and then the stability in the yield to be analyzed or considered equally when evaluating. So not to have it in priority order for those last 2, but to evaluate the trade-offs between those 2 objectives. So what does this mean? So first of all, I want to note on some slides I have decision point, which means that's an important slide for commissioners to consider, because that's a potential decision point to be made related to this presentation. So what this means is we can define a general objective, and this is actually defined in the 1979 protocol, or the Halibut Act. And there's a general objective to optimize fishing activities. So we can call that a general objective, but what does optimizing yield mean? To many stakeholders, that means maximizing. To some stakeholders, that means stability. So we define this general objective, optimizing yield, which contains 2 measurable objectives in there, and those are treated equally. 1, maximizing the yield while also considering stability in the yield. And so what one proposal from the MSAB is to develop these objectives like this, and then put those last 2, which were C and D on the previous slide, in equal, and we call them 3A and 3B here. Okay, so another discussion at the MSAB about the objectives. The co-chairs went over this briefly yesterday, and this was related to that B 36% objective, maintaining the stock at or above a level that supports maximum economic yield. So a little bit of history. In 2024, so 1 year ago at the 100th annual meeting, relative spawning biomass was determined to be above 36%. Status looked okay, and that was measuring the effect of fishing. Dr. Stewart talked about this yesterday. However, in the 2023, so a year ago, the commercial WPUE, the catch rates, the FIS, was at some of the lowest levels observed since 1993. So there was concern there. We're at low catch rates, potentially low spawning biomass. The status looks good. So there's a little bit of conflict there. So the commission last year at the 100th annual meeting adopted a coastwide TCY that was less than the reference determined by an SPR 43%. So they took some precaution, which seemed like a necessary thing at the time. But what that triggered in my mind, at least, and we've discussed this with the MSAB, is there another objective there that we're potentially missing? And this is catch rates and absolute spawning biomass, which we actually heard in testimony a moment ago, seem to be important to some stakeholders, especially when they're low. And right now, they seem to be pretty low. So even though stock status looked good, biomass seems low, and there's some concern. So we considered, and we've discussed with the MSAB, an objective related to absolute spawning biomass and how that can be used or replaced, used in conjunction with or replacing a relative spawning biomass objective. So one, that a new objective to maintain the coastwide TCY above a threshold or to maintain absolute, keep this absolute spawning biomass above some threshold may be useful. It's meaningful to stakeholders. It may determine minimum catch limits that are useful for economic viability, and it has some benefits. However, an objective related to a relative spawning biomass to determine status of the stock and measure only the effect of fishing is also useful because it separates the environmental effects from the fishing effects. And other things such as it's useful to certification agencies. They want to see those types of analyses as well and reference points. So in summary, the MSAB really didn't support one or the other, but felt they both have some useful qualities to them both. So there was a lot of discussion of objectives at the MSAB, and here's a quick summary of those things with potential new commission objectives shown on the right of this screen. And they're renumbered to show this equal priority of the last two fishery objectives. So one thing is to keep these current priority objectives of the commission, change optimize yield to maximize yield, recognizing that optimize is still the general objective, and set equal priority for those last two fishery objectives. However, we also felt it would be useful to maybe report an additional performance metric. And this is a performance metric related to the absolute spawning biomass. And what this means, it's a statistic that we can report what is the probability in these simulations looking forward in time through the MSE, say 60 years into the future or even just 10 years into the future. But what's the probability that the spawning biomass is less than the estimated spawning biomass in 2023? There were some concerns about absolute spawning biomass in 2023, the level of spawning biomass. What is the probability that if we manage a certain way that we will see the spawning biomass be below that level we saw in 2023? So you'll see some of that performance metric reported here. Okay, so that's chapter 2, objectives. And that's actually a lot of discussion, a lot of great work by the MSAB this year. Chapter 3 talks about the development of the harvest strategy policy. And this is that other step in the MSE process, the evaluation, the simulation, and the management procedures. So there's a number of different sections in this, this chapter of the harvest strategy policy. But I'm going to really focus on the technical evaluation in this presentation. So the evaluation of the management procedures, this technical evaluation, we evaluated many different elements of the management procedures this year, including fishing intensity, which is measured as SPR, or a spawning potential ratio. And remember, the reference is 43%, but we evaluated values from 35%, which is really high fishing intensity, to 63%, which is low fishing intensity. It's a little bit backwards, but I always have to flip around to think about it. We also investigated assessment frequency. Do we have a stock assessment every year? Do we develop decision tables every year? Or do we do a stock assessment, say, every third year? And in those intervening years, in the second or the first and second year after a stock assessment, we use the FIS, the 032 estimated WPUE, and we adjust the reference TCY by how much the 032 WPUE increased or decreased. So if the survey goes down, the reference TCY should go down. If the survey goes up, the reference TCY should go up. We also investigated constraints. I'm not going to talk about that. Not a lot of interesting results came out of that, but it's useful to maybe continue investigating some ideas there. And then FIS designs, which I'll talk about on the next slide. It's important to know we didn't investigate any new control rules, and we did not investigate distribution across different regulatory areas. So FIS designs, let's talk about that briefly. And this is in response to recent concerns about reduced FIS footprint, which we'll talk about later today. But we have this design called the base block, which is our ideal rationalized design, where we rotate through different charter areas, and every regulatory area is surveyed every year, a small part of it potentially. But over a 5-year period, all the different charter regions across the IPHC convention area are surveyed within that 5-year period. So it's a rotation and everything's surveyed. So it's minimizing bias and minimizing the variability while taking costs into account. Now, a reduced design here is called core, where we really just focus on the core areas, these regulatory areas, 2B, 2C, 3A, and 3B. And the other areas outside of that are rarely surveyed. So you can imagine there'd be an increase in uncertainty and an increase in bias in these outside areas especially. And then further reduction is a reduced core design where we have less sampling in the core and the other areas are rarely surveyed as well. And we did a lot of simulations using the space-time model, the assessment, and that parameterized these MSE simulations or allowed us to assume what might happen in the future, 60 years into the future with uncertainty and bias. So I won't go into details. There are documents out there from the MSAB, the SRB, and the interim meeting that go into some of these details. But I just want to give you a summary of the results from the FIS design evaluation. And basically, as we reduce the design, less sampling resulted in lower TCUIs on average and higher interannual variability. Both of those are typically undesirable properties of a management procedure. But there's also trade-offs with costs that we have to consider. But when we're fishing at the reference level of 43%, the median TCUI, so the TCUI on average, declined by about 450,000 pounds. And if you equated that to $6 a pound US, that would be about $2.7 million reduction. And then another reduction to this reduced core design was about another reduction, similar manner. And this was common across many different SPR values that we evaluated. It's important to note that there's also a non-economic value to the FIS, and that is it's important to many of you in the audience today and to the commissioners. We don't only look at it for what's the trend in the WPUE. We might look at it, what's the trend in 4C, D, and E? What's the trend in 2A? We compare it to the fishery catch rate. So there's a lot of uses for the FIS, and so there's a lot of justification to keep the FIS as good as possible there as well. But it really helps us understand demographics, the population, and the biology. Okay, so that's the FIS design. Moving on to really, I'm going to summarize a lot of work in one slide here. And this is examination of different fishing intensities or SPR values, which can be seen across the column. So we have an SPR of 40 at the top there with an annual assessment frequency. That's the top table. So 40 is a higher fishing intensity. And then as we move to the right, those are lower fishing intensities. And what we have down the rows now are different performance metrics. And each of these performance metrics is related to those priority objectives. The probability the relative spawning biomass is less than 20%. We want that to be really low. Probability it's less than 36%. We want to be at or above that 50% of the time. And then the median TCUI and the AAV is a measure of interannual variability, how much that TCUI changes on average from year to year. And so you can see in these results of colored cells green that pass the objective, that meet that objective. And those first two objectives we can pass or fail. But, and you see that all of these fishing intensities we examined here pass that objective of those two conservation objectives. The two fishery objectives then can be analyzed sort of with each other. And you see as you increase fishing intensity going to the left, the median TCUI increases. As you increase in fishing intensity going to the left again, the interannual variability also increases. So it change on average about 25% when fishing at a 40% SPR. So that's on average, the TCUI changes 25% each year. And so you can see that's reduced. The interannual variability is reduced at about 46% SPR, and is pretty similar at even lower fishing intensities there. Now, the bottom table is looking at a triennial assessment frequency, doing that assessment every third year, and in intervening years using the FIS 032W PUE to determine the reference TCY. What we have there is a slightly higher median TCY and a lower interannual variability. That's a win-win. That you get a higher TCY and less change from year to year. And there's various reasons for that, but the SRB felt that was a pretty good thing to do, and we should continue looking at that. So in the smaller font on both of these tables is also that probability that the spawning biomass is less than the estimated spawning biomass in 2023. In these simulations, would the spawning biomass be less than it was that we observed a few years ago? And you can see when fishing heavy at a 40%, that's about a 1 in 2 chance, or 50% chance that the spawning biomass would be less than we're at a couple of years ago even. And as you reduce fishing intensity, that probability reduces quite a bit, where at a 46% SPR, that's about a 1 in 3 chance. So quite a big effect if absolute spawning biomass is a concern for you. Okay, so that was a real quick run through a lot of technical evaluation. I'm around for any questions throughout the day and throughout the week, actually, so we can talk about more if you have questions on that. But I do want to note these results are available on a tool called MSE Explorer as well. And that's online and available to anyone, and that will be given in a moment here, the address for that. So the last chapter, really exciting chapter of the harvest strategy policy, is applying the harvest strategy policy. How do we apply this in practice? How does the commission apply this? And this has a lot of different sections discussing coordinated management, rebuilding of the stock if overfished. But what I'm going to focus on here is really the mortality limits for how mortality limits are determined. So as you know, we're all here to see what the mortality limit for each regulatory area will be determined. And that's the decision-making process. So we have this little illustration of the process here, where on the left is the management procedure. And that's what determines the reference coastwide TCY. That has how the data are collected, how the assessment is done, and what the fishing intensity is, what that reference fishing intensity is. You combine all that, you determine total mortality, which is then split out into a reference TCY. All of that is management supporting information for the commission. And management supporting information will be like the decision table, which will be presented by Dr. Stewart shortly, mortality tables, which many of you have seen, but it also includes advice from the different boards, the conference board and the PAB, for example. This all feeds into the commission, and the commission makes a decision, which is not necessarily the reference TCY. It may differ. And they also decide how to distribute that among the regulatory areas. So an example of some management supporting information, and this is new management and supporting information for this year. This is things that were requested by the commission, and we've put into this management or the MSE Explorer, which you can see the address on the top right here. And what we have, one aspect of this is to actually show the simulated trace plots from these MSE simulations. And Dr. Cox was up here yesterday, which is little acting, showing the uncertainty levels with his hands, but I actually have them here in this presentation as purple areas. And what this shows, spawning biomass on the top, total mortality on the bottom, 2 different fishing intensities, low on the left, high on the right. And it shows the spawning biomass and the total mortality that we simulate into the future. And you can see here that at an SPR 51% on the left is, this total mortality jumps up pretty quickly and comes there. Now, there's a lot of reasons that jumps up quickly. These simulations are slightly older, based on a slightly older stock assessment. These simulations assume average recruitment because we don't know what's going to happen in the future, although we're in a low productivity regime. These simulations also assume that weighted age is likely to increase. So there's a number of reasons that the total mortality goes up. But the really important part here is comparing two management procedures. And what you can see is you see the spawning biomass tends to be higher with a low fishing intensity. After about 60 years, it's about 150 million pounds on the right. It's about 200 million pounds on the left. But that's also because the TCY, or the total mortality, which is presented here, is less. And you can see the total mortality, is probably just over 40 on the left, and it's almost 60 on the right. 60 million pounds, that is. But really what's important here is the variability, the width of those purple shaded areas. And what those different colored lines are individual simulations. So what we do is we simulate randomly forward. The stock might have a good recruitment, it might have a series of bad recruitments. And then we do it again, and then we do it again, and we do that 500 times to create that purple area. But I've shown you individual simulation trajectories here to show you we don't know what's going to happen in the future. We might have the orange line, which is pretty pessimistic and then gets pretty good. Or we might have the green line, which is pretty optimistic throughout the time series. We don't know what's going to happen. So we have to simulate that variability, that uncertainty, and take all of those possibilities into account and then summarize the risks associated with those. So those trace plots are available on there. And what's also available as a management supporting information this year is this harvest strategy policy table. So what this is its format is very similar to the decision table that Dr. Stewart will present shortly, where we have different sort of catch harvest levels across the columns. But now down the rows, we have performance metrics related to the MSE process. So these are those priority objectives. We have the 2 conservation objectives up here, and then this new performance metric that we feel is important, a long-term spawning biomass less than the spawning biomass in 2023. And we have some short-term fishery objectives here, and then also the short-term probability the spawning biomass is less than 2023. At the bottom of this table, we've also put in the range of TCYs from these simulations. And that's really important to remember. The difference between this table and the decision table is this table is inputting an SPR value and predicting different TCY harvest levels. The decision table is short-term tactical decision-making, so it's inputting a fixed catch and giving you a variability on the SPR. So it's really looking at it 2 different ways. And you can think of this table as a more strategic look, a long-term, a little longer-term look at if we managed in this way, what would the stock look like? So I have 2 examples here. Again, what was shown on the trace plots, and you can see those different probabilities. You can see, for example, the median short-term TCY is about 49 million pounds with a SPR 51, and it's about 60 million pounds with a SPR 43%. And I note that's simulating an average between 2028 and 2037. So that's 4 to 13 years into the future. So that's quite a ways. That's a lot of things can happen in that time. But do note the range of the TCYs in these simulations is quite large. 21 million pounds to 86 million pounds for an SPR 51%. So this table is also available with all of these numbers filled in. I won't walk through these, but it might be useful to consider along with the decision table as a more long-term strategic look at this. At the bottom, I have a lot of caveats and explanations of how this differs from the short-term tactical decision table that Dr. Stewart will present shortly. And so just remember, there's a lot of differences here. The performance metrics are a difference as well. Okay, so that's a lot of background. What did the MSAB actually recommend about application of a management procedure? The MSAB co-chairs talked about this, and the MSAB basically recommended on a trial basis using a triennial stock assessment frequency synchronized with the full stock assessment schedule, which is shown at the bottom, and updating that reference SPR value to 46%. The newer MSE simulations suggest that a 46% would actually reduce the interannual variability to a level that would be maybe not acceptable, but to a minimum level. And there's some justifications shown here, such that we've already discussed: higher potential TCUIs and lower interannual variability. Now, I noticed there's no conservation concerns with the performance metrics we have for this recommended management procedure. So there's a draft harvest strategy policy on the document, and then that draft harvest strategy policy lists in it a reference SPR 43%. However, the MSAB is suggesting a change to that reference management procedure. So updates to this draft harvest strategy policy can be as simple as making those updates after decisions made at this annual meeting, or in subsequent annual meetings if decisions are made to modify the harvest strategy policy document. We can simply do that, and it might be useful to define a process to make sure that's updated in that way. But there's a third way we can update the harvest strategy policy document, and that's if we find that the realizations, the things we realize and actually see in reality in like 3 to 5 years from now, don't match my simulations. In other words, I made some wrong assumptions, I did some things, and it's just like, you know what? It's not matching what we're seeing in reality. Let's redo it, figure out why it doesn't, and have another look at it and reopen this MSE process. So there's a couple of what's called exceptional circumstances there. We'll always be checking those every year and make sure these MSE simulations are matching what we're seeing in reality. So we're still good. This seems to be working. Or maybe it's not, and we'll talk to the SRB and the MSAB about what we should do next and then make those recommendations to the commission. So what are next steps related to the harvest strategy policy? Well, at IM100, the commission did recommend that the Secretariat facilitate some workshops and have an intersessional decision-making meeting sometime in 2025. So the real steps here are this presentation at AM101, 101st annual meeting, having some workshops potentially in early 2025, followed up by a special session of the commission to consider the draft harvest strategy policy sometime in 2025. Okay, that was a lot of stuff. It's a lot of work that MSAB did this year, a lot of direction from the commission this year, and we really appreciate all of that direction that we got. And we hope to get more good direction. And so here's basically a summary of what I presented. This is all in paper 12. The draft harvest strategy policy is in paper 17. There's potential to recommend a new measurable objective related to absolute female spawning biomass. There's noting that optimizing yield remains a general objective of the commission, recommending to redefine that measurable objective from optimize to maximize, and analyzing that in the same priority as interannual variability in yield. Recommend updating the current interim reference management procedure, and then recommend further MSE work that we would, the Secretariat would undertake and then discuss with the MSAB. And I've been talking to some stakeholders. They have some ideas that they would like that work to be. Further MSE analysis to evaluate FIS designs, if that's important to the commission. Any updates and edits to the harvest strategy policy before we begin those next steps. And any further analyses that might support the harvest strategy policy. And then finally, to recommend some dates for those next steps related to the harvest strategy policy. Okay, that was a lot to get through, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that overview. I suspect we will have some questions, and perhaps I will kick us off. Simply with regards to, was it your slide 22? And when we were speaking about triennial stock assessment, you referenced trial basis. Can you elaborate in terms of what would be envisaged with such a trial adoption? How readily are we pursuing this? Are we having to maintain things in the background? Just sort of elaborate a little bit further in terms of what that trial looks like.
Sure, this was a recommendation of the MSAB, and they felt it might be that I didn't do a great job explaining it to the MSAB what it exactly was, but they felt like it looked like a good idea, and they wanted to see what it would actually be in practice, because a lot of times you learn more about it when it's in practice. So I think that, I believe that is why the MSAB said on a trial basis, just do it for this period up to 2029. It's not something that's fixed in perpetuity, but then have this triennial stock assessment frequency reconsidered in 2029 after the next full stock assessment in that year.
If I might, and sorry to colleagues to belabor this, but what does that then imply for the adoption of a management procedure? You have
That
to
would
recondition?
imply that there's I don't know what you would call it, maybe a provisional or a adoption of a management procedure. This would be adoption of a management procedure to be reconsidered in 2029, I imagine, if the commission wanted to try this on a trial basis.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Colleagues, John?
Thanks, Alan. I have a related question, perhaps, which is there a way to, or an option for us to adopt on a trial basis, but maybe not adopt on a trial basis, maybe have it running on a trial basis, sort of in the background while we continue with our status quo process, but just for comparative purposes to sort of look at the two side by side.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Kurland. And I think that would be a really informative idea and would really help people understand how a triennial stock assessment frequency would work. And it would provide that comparison to the stock assessment actually happening. So I don't think it would be a lot of extra work to do that. It would just be presenting maybe another slide to say, if we didn't have a stock assessment, this would be the information the commission would have. And this is the additional information that we received from the stock assessment. So it could be a very informative process.
Follow up?
Yeah, just, well, maybe a slightly different subject. Also on slide 22 here, you indicate that the coastwide reference TCY would be based on an SPR of 46%. And, clearly the commission has been interested in being more on the precautionary side. So I'm wondering where that number came from and, if the MSAB had discussions around potentially a higher level.
A higher SPR value is
Yes.
that? Yeah. Sure. The SPR 46%. So the 43% was adopted, I can't remember, maybe 2018. So that was a number of years ago, and that was actually a couple of models ago. Since that adoption of the 43%, there's been an update of understanding with the sex ratios in the stock assessment. There's an update of understanding of natural mortality in the stock assessment. And the MSE simulations have since been reconditioned to those understandings in the stock assessment. So the model is slightly different in the MSE. And there's some other new aspects in the MSE simulations, such as decision-making variability is now included, allowing the deviations from the reference TCY that the commission may make. It's trying to account for that variability as well. And so these simulations suggest that the interannual variability is actually minimized around an SPR 46%. So with these new results, it just shifts the SPR slightly different given these objectives. And it's mostly that interannual variability is minimized around that 46%. Given that being said, the MSAB did consider a range of SPR values from 35 to 52%. Some felt, maybe we could be a bit more precautionary, but there's, for every increase in SPR of 1%, there's a decrease in the TCY, the average TCY, of about 1.3 million pounds. And so the MSAB was again doing the trade-offs between lower TCYs and higher interannual variability, which are opposite directions of each other. And they came at that sort of middle point of 46% is sort of the what they felt was the best optimal agreement between TCY and the variability in the TCY. But you are exactly correct in that reducing or increasing the SPR would have a more conservative effect on the stock, reduce the probability that the spawning biomass would go to low levels.
Bob?
Yeah, to the chair, Dr. Hicks, I appreciate the very informative report. I'm looking at your slide 11. And to the right, it says potential commission objectives. And I'm looking at 3A and 3B. Maximize average coastwide TCEY, limit annual changes to the coastwide TCEY. In looking out in the audience, I see an old friend, Canadian Commissioner Don McLeod, and maybe younger than he thinks. And during his tenure, they had the slow up, fast down concept. It was coming off of a pretty low period in the early 70s, so there was a lot of caution. And we didn't know quite where the domestic and foreign bycatch was. So maybe they went up 50% of what was potential. And thinking about that, if you have a given year class that's coming through, and this requires a little bit of hindcasting, can you elongate the economic benefits of that by not taking the maximum, by taking somewhat less than what is available?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Allison. I haven't done that type of analysis in a while for Pacific halibut. We did that, I think, 2018 or 19. But there is potential if the fish are still growing, and if they're growing faster than they're dying, then yes, leaving them in the water could potentially increase the weight that you would return from that. In other words, the catch. Exactly where that point is, so that perfect harvest at what age and what size is dependent on current conditions. It's dependent on the regulatory area you're fishing in. And it's dependent on selectivity of the fishery as well. So I can't say exactly what that would be, if this year would qualify for that or not, but there always is the potential as these fish are young and growing fast, that leaving them in the water sometimes will provide additional economic benefit further in the future. So yeah, I think that gets to your question. If I may comment on the slow up, fast down real quick. We investigated similar procedures to that this last year. And I believe the slow up, fast down approach eventually went to a slow up, full down approach because they felt that it couldn't decrease fast enough when needed. And so we investigated some constraints, and what we found is that the slow up is actually a little bit limiting. When the TCY went to low levels, say the spawning biomass declined for a bit and we had TCYs 25 million pounds, then slow up, if it's a percentage of that value, it goes up really slow because it can only go up a certain percentage at a time. So it actually takes a long time for it to climb out of these really low levels. And we found that it reduced the TCY by quite a bit and was quite constraining. It was, from a conservation standpoint, it left a lot of fish in the water, but sometimes the MSAB felt it was a little bit too constraining.
Thank you for that further explanation.
Other questions, Peter?
Yeah, thank you, Alan. And we'll try to face you because I got some comments that I've. Anyways, just on the triennial, one of the advantages of doing the triennial was it was going to free up time and possibly money. And so, to me, could you just speak to how you would run both at the same time and still understand what you would be able to do with this freed up time, or I guess it wouldn't free up any time at all.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner DeGrief. You're exactly right. Running them in parallel, I don't think it would be a lot of additional time because the stock assessment is what takes most of the time. That's quite a bit of work. It's amazing work that Dr. Stewart does in November every year, about a 2-week period. But we would simply report you could actually do it in your head looking at what Dr. Stewart presented this time. The FIS, coastwide FIS WPE was down. I can't remember the exact percentage, but then the reference TCY would go down from there. So it would be running as we were, maybe an additional slide on that. But you're right, we wouldn't get that feeling for what other additional benefits are there in going to the triennial stock assessment frequency and the additional research that could be done to better improve the stock assessment when it's done in that third year, the additional research that could be done for the MSE simulations, the additional research that could be done to understand the biology and movement of Pacific halibut. We wouldn't really see that, and we wouldn't have a really good idea of that. We can only still hypothesize on what those savings would be.
Thanks on that. The other question I had, let me try to find the slide. Sorry. Was on those spreads. So
The trace plots?
yeah, the trace plots.
Yeah, that's probably slide 20.
There it is. Yeah. So when I was looking at these, one thing that came, it seems like when forecasting into the future, suddenly we would get it looks very optimistic. It's the name of my boat, but it's also, we're going to be jumping up very quickly, very fast. And I assume that's, and in some comments or some discussion I had with you, that's because they used a median productivity. You're kind of using the course of everything you're putting in there. How would those look different if you were incorporating where we are right now and being precautionary and understanding we're in a low productivity area? And what would those plots look like looking at?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner DeGrief. A great question. I've had a lot of questions about that over the past few months, actually. And you're right. When you look at these plots, especially for an SPR 43%, you see the total mortality is around 30-some million pounds, but it jumps up to almost 60 million pounds quite quickly. And yet one thing you have to remember, this is a 60-year period with that shading of the purple, so you can't see the ramp up, but still a very quick ramp up. So I'm just going to switch ahead 2 slides because there's a number of things here. One, in those trace plots, the commission's been operating under SPR about 52 or 50% the last couple of years. So the left trace plot doesn't show that ramp up quite as high. But those bullet points at the bottom are a lot of bullet points that relate to why the MSE results might differ from the stock assessments results. And that is, one, the short-term metrics are 4 to 13 years into the future, so there's a lot that can happen in that time frame. The operating model, that's the model that makes all the simulation, that does the simulation, is actually conditioned to an older stock assessment, the 22 stock assessment. And if you remember the presentation from Dr. Stewart, we've seen the stock assessment with the updates in the data declining, I forget, 7% lower in spawning biomass. So this operating model is a bit more optimistic than the current stock assessment and the current advice. There's a lot of additional uncertainty included in the simulations here that are not included in the stock assessment for tactical decision making, and these are put in there on purpose. So there's the stock recruit relationship is more variable, for example. But the biggest ones which you alluded to are probably the productivity, and that's average recruitment and the weighted age. So we've seen very low average recruitment in recent years. We've been with a low productivity regime. And these simulations, they don't know what recruitment's going to be in 2028, for example. And it might be really high or it might be really low. So it uses that uncertainty, but on average, it's going to be higher than we're currently seeing. So that's the optimism there. But weighted age also, we haven't seen weighted age much lower than it has been in the past decade. And so when I do simulations going forward in time, I allow weighted age to go a little bit smaller, but I can't really say that that's a high possibility because we've never seen it. So weighted age is typically pushing up in these simulations as well. So there's a lot of optimism here because we're at low values that we've never seen before. So a lot of different stakeholders have asked me about, well, what if we just simulated in low productivity regime? And I think that's a great idea. Last year, we had a poster at the AM which simulated forward in time with low average recruitment and high average recruitment. We saw huge differences. And in fact, I'll be bringing out a brochure tonight during the poster session that is sort of a summary of that poster that we presented last year. And it's a brochure. I only have about 40 of them, unfortunately, but people can take them home and look at them and evaluate it. That's also info document number 4 if you want a preview of it. So I think this year, one of the tasks that we could do is simulate forward in time with low recruitment and low weighted age, low recruitment, high weighted age, high weighted age, high recruitment, and all the combinations, and just get a better understanding of how the environment is affecting the Pacific halibut stock and the fisheries.
One last question, and it just relates to what Dr. Sean Cox was talking about, and that was adjusting the, I think, one of the objectives around B36. And he said, make the probabilities different. And just so your comments on that, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'll jump to that slide because the SRB certainly had some good recommendations there, and they were a little different than the recommendations that we've been working with the MSAB. And so what he, and I'm trying to remember the real specifics of that, they felt that, well, so for example, the B36% objective is an objective to be at or above. So 50% of the time you want to be at. And if we were in like fisheries science, we'd say, let's fish and keep the biomass at 36% because that will maximize economic yield. But there's a lot of other trade-offs the commission has to consider. So at or above is the way to do that. And then they felt, well, that seems to be not really a useful objective because the commission is more concerned about risk. And the median is really not a great measure of risk. And so this is the way I'm thinking of it. And in fact, risk is like, well, we don't want to go below that, like, we want to be above that 75% of the time, for example. We really want to make sure we're above it or something like that. And I think that was where the SRB was getting at. And then Dr. Cox yesterday said at the end, well, maybe you don't change the quantile, but you change the actual reference point, the B36%. Then maybe you want to be above B40% for some reason. I think that is where we need to have more discussion with the SRB and exactly what they meant by that recommendation. Because to be honest, I'm still working that out in my head, as you could tell by my answer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr.
Thanks for that exchange. Neil?
Thanks very much, Dr. Hicks. Really interesting presentation and a lot to think about. I have a few questions, if you'll permit me. The first was, you mentioned that you've incorporated some kind of room or accounting for implementation variability. I wonder if you could just tell us a bit more about that. I did note your comment about how it's minimized around FSPR 46. So maybe just tell us, what does it mean that it's been sort of incorporated or accounted? And then what was it that seemed to explain why it might be lessened around that particular FSPR?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Davis. A really good question. And just to give you the end of my answer is going to be more investigation is necessary.
Okay.
But to
Fair.
describe implementation variability, we see as two different sources. One is that the fleet does not actually catch the entire mortality limit. We've seen that in recent years. So we implement a little bit of that in these MSC simulations. The TCY might be 40 million pounds, but the fleet ends up taking 39 out. The bigger source of this implementation variability is the decisions that the commission makes. And that is the reference TCY might be 52 million pounds with an SPR 43%. However, the MSC simulation will say, well, the commission is actually going to make a decision and set that TCY at 42 million, not 52 million pounds. Or it might set it at 60 million pounds. That was something that was extremely difficult to parameterize in the simulations because we don't know what the decision-making process may be in the future. It's hard to do that. So what we've done is just inserted amount of variability. So it adds an amount of variability to account for it and make sure that the management procedure is robust to that decision-making choices that the commission has. And I think that is necessary for any sort of certification agency that comes along and says, but you're not following your management procedure. And we can say, well, we are, because the MSC simulations, this is part of the management procedure. That's all in the development of this management procedure. So that's more or less to really defend the decision-making process. And then again, why the interannual variability is actually minimized at an SPR 46. It actually increases going to lower fishing intensities and higher fishing intensities. It really increases greatly when you start fishing harder. It just goes up to 25, 30%. But really, to be honest, when you're fishing at lower fishing intensities, like SPR 52%, it's very similar to what it is at SPR 46%. So it's really that interannual variability. As you reduce fishing, it comes down, it sort of bottoms out at 46%. And then as you continue to reduce fishing, it sort of stays at that level. And what I believe that is, there's just this background level of variability that we cannot avoid. The stock changes from year to year, the stock size, depending on recruitment and weighted age. The decision-making process is adding different variability. The implementation variability adds different sources of variability. And so we just can't escape that variability across the range that we were looking at.
Okay, thank you. The next question was about the proposed new performance metric about, the probability of being, was it the 2023 spawning biomass? Yeah. Did the MSAB talk at all about what the management response would be should we approach or breach that? Or is that sort of TBD?
Yeah, another great question, Commissioner Davis. And we've only mentioned, I would say we've only mentioned that in passing with the MSAB. I think the key there is to first develop an objective related to this. And then once we have an objective, we can then develop different rules or elements of a management procedure that would then be used to meet that objective. So one thing I've been talking to some stakeholders about and thinking about myself is we have a control rule that's based on relative spawning biomass 30-20 right now. We could add a control rule or replace that control rule with a control rule that's more based on absolute spawning biomass. Say we put in a threshold for two different spawning biomasses, and then fishing intensity is reduced when spawning biomass gets below some level. And then if it gets to some absolute level, it's even directed fishing is halted. So we could redevelop a control rule around absolute spawning biomass. And to be honest, this is what that control rule was previously when, I think in the days before I was here, the reference points were based on an absolute level of spawning biomass. And that was a really hard threshold to develop. But I think now we've been to this point where we've seen 2023 is more or less an undesirable place. And being below that has caused some hardship for various sectors. That maybe that is a good way to develop a threshold for an absolute spawning biomass. So that is another thing that I would like to see discussion about in 2025.
Okay, thank you. My next question, or actually the next couple, have to do with some of the information you presented in slide 20. I guess one of the things that struck me, and if I heard what you said right, this is conditioned to the 2022 stock assessment model, but subsequent stock assessments have actually been somewhat more pessimistic than that. But I was struck by the probability of the short-term biomass being less than spawning biomass for 2023 for both the 43 and 51 options, particularly given that we now have a more pessimistic view of the stock. So I guess, were these, I can't remember, were these some of the things that you also discussed with the MSAB, or is this sort of subsequent to your MSAB discussions? That stuck out to me. Like
Mhm.
I get the sense from what a lot of people in the room have been discussing that we're probably uncomfortable with both of those probabilities as short-term outcomes. So just curious on your sort of thoughts around that.
Sure. The MSAB did take note of those probabilities in this new performance metric. And I believe it was one of the justifications in their recommendation for a new updating the management procedure. I believe it sort of reduced the probability that spawning biomass would be less than it was in 2023. And it is large. There's a pretty high probability that the spawning biomass could be lower than we saw in 2023. Related to what you're talking about with this operating model is a little more optimistic than the current stock assessment. However, I don't think those probabilities would change a whole lot if we reconditioned the operating model, because this performance metric is relative to what was estimated in 2023. So when we update the OM, everything's going to come down. It'll still be relative to it, just divided by a different number. So the probabilities are likely going to be consistent with the new operating model. And just to note, a new operating model will be conditioned after the full assessment is completed.
Thank you. And then just one more question also on this slide. The other thing that I noted was actually the mean AAV, the variability of TCEY. There's actually not, the difference between these two is quite small. And I just wondered about, compared to the difference in the median TCEY, it looks like on the face of it, it's a lot to forego to achieve 0.5% less variability. So that was sort of the first thing that I'm interested if there's any sort of discussion about the trade-offs between those two things, given that there's a fairly significant difference in one row compared to a very minor difference in the next row. But then also, I think there's something that, again, on the face of it sort of strikes me as a bit counterintuitive. So I understand that at a 43, we're fishing harder and you're going to get sort of more TCEY. But at a certain point, you're going to start hitting these much lower biomasses. And so maybe you could talk to us a little bit about, I just don't see that showing up in the variability. So what am I missing in this story of how these stats kind of all fit? Is it just that it's too short term before we sort of see maybe some more variability sort of come into effect because we've been fishing harder? Or?
Well, that's a really good insight, Commissioner Davis. And the MSAB had some discussion about that. And one is because it's short term, that some things haven't fully come out of the system from where we're starting at now. But the TCY is quite different, the median TCY, but that median AAV is not a lot different. And that's just showing there's just a lot of background variability that we cannot control. And a lot of the variability is simply coming out of the processes, the variability in recruitment, the variability in weighted age, and all those different sources, and the decision-making variability as well. We did some simulations where we tried to remove a lot of different sources of variability, such as we took out decision-making variability, we took out implementation variability, and we saw these AAVs drop down to, I think it was like 10% levels. So it showed us that a lot of the variability is just in the process. One, the general dynamics of the stock, and then the decision-making process as well. And so when those are just sort of background there, it doesn't change a lot. You don't have a lot of control over the variability depending on your fishing level. And so I think that's why it's more consistent. And that was also why the MSAB took a look at the probability of the spawning biomass being less than 2023. And in this plot, you can see those numbers are quite different.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I'm noting that we are at a notional break time, but also that we've fallen behind the pacing of our agenda. So look briefly to colleagues as to whether we wish to break. Dr. Stewart, would you be prepared to zip through? Okay, so why don't we do that, and then we'll track the agenda. And apologies for those who were hoping for a break, but I'm just conscious that if I let you go, I'm not going to get you back in 10 minutes.
Okay, good morning again. This will be a much shorter presentation than yesterday. What I'm going to present to you now is the look forward. So yesterday I presented the results of the stock assessment, the background, some of the history, how we got to where we are right now. This is a tactical look forward over the next 3 years. It differs importantly on some of the criteria that Dr. Hicks just noted, in that this only looks at the next 3 years of stock projections. So as we've done in the past, we provide projections and a harvest decision table. We project using a constant TCEY over the next 3 years and a range of mortality levels. And we provide a range that spans everything from no fishing at all from any sectors, so no human fishing mortality occurring on the stock, all the way up to a range that would include maximum sustainable yield, or an FMSY, which would essentially be an overfishing limit reference point in most stock management rules. And for each of these different levels, we then provide a series of different risks, and I'll step through those in a second. I'll note here that this is somewhat extended from what was provided at the interim meeting, and that because the commission asked for 2 additional alternatives here, the addition of a status quo, which was last year's coastwide TCEY minus 15%, and another alternative, which is status quo minus 25%. Those are new information since the interim meeting. We present this information in the form of a decision table, and rather than go through all the values in the table, I just want to guide you in how to interpret the table overall. So the table is divided into 3 sections. Across the top, we have different management actions, and those are basically yields to the fishery, and they range from left to right, from low to high. So as you increase the yield, not surprisingly, the estimated risks go up, and the risks are provided in the core of the table, and those risks are provided over a range of different risk metrics. So the whole table was provided later in the presentation, but I'm going to call out a few of the key risks as I go through each of these projections. In order to make projections, we are essentially taking one column or one management action out of the table, and then we're projecting that forward over the next 3 years so that we can see how is the spawning biomass affected and how does it affect the risks. So I will step through from left to right across this table and show you several examples of results. So this first graphic shows you the estimates of spawning biomass through the beginning of 2025, and then a projection that extends over that 3-year period, assuming no fishing mortality at all. So this is a TCEY of 0, but in fact, it's more than that. It's actually no fishing mortality from any sectors. So this is no fishing mortality on the Pacific halibut stock. And I'm also providing here a list of the different risk metrics. And so from top to bottom, these include the risk of further decline in the spawning biomass, either at 1 year or 3 years, the risk of dropping below our current SB 30% reference point, risk of dropping below the 20% reference point, risk of a 1-year fishery decline. And so this one is a little more challenging because it depends on the current reference level. So it depends on the reference level of F43. And it essentially says if we step out of that F43 for a year, what's the probability that we would have to take a cut to get back to that level? And obviously, with no fishing, there's no chance of taking a cut to get back to F43. The last risk metric is the probability of exceeding F43%. As Alan noted, when we're looking at a short-term projection, we have uncertainty in the biomass, but we've set a fixed mortality level. And so a fixed mortality level and an uncertain biomass means we have uncertainty in the level of fishing intensity that will correspond to in the upcoming year. So you can see here that with no fishing mortality, we still have a 26% chance, or 26 out of 100 chance of dropping below that B 30% reference point over the next 3 years. But you also see graphically in this projection that the stock is highly likely to increase over the next 3 years with no fishing mortality. However, you'll note that at best, we might get back to somewhere around where we were in 2016 or 17. And that's probably the most important takeaway from this particular projection, is that given the recruitments that we have in the water right now, noting that a 3-year projection, we're not counting on any electronic fish to come rescue us. This is none of the recruitments that we haven't seen yet would be contributing to the spawning biomass in this short a time horizon. So the takeaway here is that given the recruitments we have in the water, at best, we could get back to where we were, say, 6 or 8 years ago in terms of stock trend. And that's just because halibut grow slowly, the dynamics change slowly, and we don't have any strong year classes in the stock right now. So now moving up to a higher catch rate, this is the status quo minus 25%. So this would be a coastwide TCEY of just over 26 million pounds. You note that the risks have gone up across all the categories. We now have a 16% chance of a 1-year spawning biomass decline, a 20% chance of a 3-year spawning biomass decline. And I want to note the fourth metric down there, the probability of dropping below SB 20% has gone from 1% with no fishing up to 7%, even at this relatively large cut to the coastwide TCEY. So as I step through these, you can also see that the trend visually in the graphic has flattened out substantially as we're harvesting over 26 million pounds of TCEY. I'm not going to read off every risk metric as we go. You can do that on your own, but I will highlight a few things as we step through. You'll see that the trajectories will flatten out. So if we go to a status quo minus 15%, we see a slightly flatter trajectory, and we see another increase in the risks. We're now at the 3-year stock decline. We're up to a 30% risk. We go up again to status quo minus 10%. You see those risks go up again. We're now up to a 9% chance of dropping below that SB 20% and a 31% chance of dropping further in terms of spawning biomass. So at a 10% cut, we have basically a 1 in 3 chance that the spawning biomass will continue on a downward trajectory over the next year. We then go up to the status quo. That was 35.28 million pounds last year. You see that the risks have now increased substantially. The 1-year risk of stock decline is 43% and 45% at 3 years. And we're also at now a 10% chance of dropping below the SB 20% reference point. This next one is the 3-year surplus projection. And I'll highlight this one because this is our estimate of how much we could take out of the stock for the next 3 years and have an equal chance of being above or below where we are now. So you'll note that the 3-year risk of spawning biomass decline is 50%. And that's by definition. That's what defines this catch limit. And so we will have, at the end of 3 years, we would have an equal chance of being above or below the spawning biomass that we have estimated today at the beginning of 2025. Finally, if we get to the reference level, this would correspond to a point estimate of an SPR of 43%. So this is a level of harvest that we would understand from the MSE results that you've just heard about to be sustainable over the long term. But importantly, given the dynamics that we have right now, you see this would correspond to a 57% chance of further stock decline. So even though we would estimate that this is a sustainable policy over the long term, it would not stabilize the stock likely at its current biomass level. We would likely see further decline in the spawning biomass. And you'll note that it also leads to a 12% chance of dropping below that SB 20% limit reference point. So this is reflecting the uncertainty in the stock assessment, and that's compounding over the next 3 years. Finally, if we looked at something that would be akin to an MSY proxy, so this would be a very high level of fishing intensity. In most cases, we would consider this to be a limit reference point. Now, at that limit, you can see the stock's headed downward, and there's a very high probability of further stock decline. We have this on here for comparison because in many fisheries realms, this would constitute an overfishing limit reference point for many fisheries. So to summarize the risks, the risk of spawning biomass decrease at the status quo is actually fairly similar, but you'll note that there's actually a higher risk of dropping below our reference points, either SB 30% or SB 20%. Last year, we estimated at the status quo a 2% chance of dropping below that SB 20%, and this year that's gone up to 10%. So that's an appreciable change from last year's stock assessment, reflecting all the things I told you about yesterday. We'll also note that the TCEY corresponding to the reference level of SPR 43% is substantially lower than last year, almost 10 million pounds lower at 39.8 million pounds. The full table is here. You can evaluate all of those numbers and risk metrics that I just read off are in this table. You can find those and investigate further and other options. I want to summarize this projection a little bit more, though. What's driving this projection is the current state of poor recruitment. And even if we were to see larger year classes coming, for example, if there's a 2018 or 19 year class, those year classes would be young enough that they would not yet start to contribute to the spawning biomass over this tactical time horizon over the next 3 years. And I think that's a good indicator from the stock assessment that given where we are right now, it's going to be a few years, even if things start to turn around, before we actually see a response in the spawning biomass. Importantly, these projections already rely on the still uncertain 2016 year class. So I told you yesterday, these fish are 8 years old. They're just starting to mature. We've only really seen them once or twice in the data streams, but yet they're going to play an important part in these 3-year projections. We're counting on them to create the level of response in the stock that we're seeing in the decision table. So they are still uncertain, and that uncertainty is included in the decision table. There are several aspects that are not included in the decision table, though. The first is the one I was discussing yesterday with regard to the commercial CPUE. So if we do yet next year's stock assessment and we find out that the 2024 CPUE, when we get the rest of the logs, actually is a little bit lower than what we had when we did the assessment this year, that's going to potentially have an effect on these projections. We did a sensitivity run where we said, okay, well, what if the logbooks do come in another 5% down? How would that change our interpretation of fishing intensity? And at the status quo, that would correspond to the difference between an F47% at the status quo and an F46. So I can't tell you necessarily how the CPUE will change next year, but if we see a similar pattern to what we've seen in the last few years, that would cause us to overestimate or underestimate the level of fishing intensity going into next year. So I would come back to you next year and say, actually, that fishing intensity associated with the limits might be a little bit higher than we thought right now if we do see that change in the CPUE. Finally, I'll speak to this. Or not finally on this slide, I'll speak to this a little more in the next presentation, but we did some extensive simulation work this year trying to understand whether if we had bias in the FIS indices, whether that would translate into bias in the overall stock assessment results. And the short answer is yes. If there is bias in the FIS, even though we have unbiased fishery data, that can cause a bias in the stock assessment. So that's another risk that's not quantified in the decision table. And then finally, as we've had questions and substantial discussion about already at this meeting, the stock remains at this historically low level of spawning biomass and low productivity. This has direct implications for the FIS and for the efficiency of the commercial fishery. And it also has, it poses an uncertain risk with regard to some of the comments we've heard about being at a low spawning biomass and not knowing for sure what the effect on potential recruitment is of being at that level of spawning biomass. As I mentioned, we've seen the stock increase from low levels of spawning biomass in the past, but as we get to extremely low levels, perhaps lower than we've seen in the past, we don't have direct evidence about the dynamics at those levels. Now, there's some additional information here. It's not just a few additional slides to provide some background for management decision-making at this meeting. The first are the adopted TCEYs from recent years. I'll speak to the mortality projection tool, and I'll provide some other supplementary information. So this table provides you, it's a lot of numbers, but it provides all of the adopted TCEYs by area and coastwide total going all the way back to 2013. And this is provided for background. And so you can see how both the allocation and the total has changed over time. I can add to that the reference TCEYs calculated from the stock assessment and whatever reference point was in play at the time, noting that the Commission has adjusted the reference point from 2013 to 15. It was the blue line, which corresponded to one level of fishing intensity. Then the level of fishing intensity was increased somewhat to an F46% and then increased again starting in 2021 to an F43%. So we would expect that the coastwide TCEYs for a constant stock would have gone up somewhat over this time period. And you can see that they have gone up somewhat and then in some cases gone downward. You can also see there's a substantial amount of variability in the reference TCEY. Some of that is due to changes in the actual stock over time, and some of that is due to noise from the stock assessment. The stock assessment's an imprecise tool to estimate the amount of biomass. Some years it's going to be up and some years it's going to be down relative to what's actually going on in the water. Unfortunately, I can't tell you which years are noise and which years are the signal. That's part of the uncertainty of doing the stock assessment every year. So you've probably noted that on the webpage for this meeting, there is the 2025 mortality projection tool, and that tool allows you to investigate the breakdown across IPHC regulatory areas and down to individual fishery sectors of any proposed coastwide and area-specific TCEYs. I won't go into full detail there, but just note that that's available, and I'm happy to help people use that tool as they see fit. There was a request at IM100 for some additional information, and that was to provide detailed mortality tables for 3 alternatives. The first was the status quo coastwide TCEY, the status quo minus 15%, and the status quo minus 25%. And the guidelines for these tables were to use the estimated O32 stock distribution from last year, from 2024's FIS, and the relative harvest rates that were used historically by the Commission of 1.0 for the eastern side of the stock up to 3A and 0.75 for 3B to 4C, D, and E. So to refresh your memory on how those calculations would work, we would begin with the stock distribution. So this table shows you the O32 2024 stock distribution estimates across the top. We would then apply the relative harvest rates to generate a TCEY distribution. You'll note that that brings the TCEY distribution up slightly on the eastern side of the stock and down slightly on the western side of the stock. And then we can with a total coastwide TCEY, we can then distribute that according to the TCEY distribution. Now I want to highlight, since I spent so much time yesterday discussing the uncertainty that we've had in recent surveys, I wanted to highlight that if we look at the uncertainty in the 2024 survey, we can translate that into uncertainty in the stock distribution. And then skipping the middle steps here, what I've provided here is what that looks like in terms of the uncertainty in the TCEY associated with that uncertainty from the survey moved all the way up through the calculation. And you'll note that for areas where we have not sampled recently, there is a broad range of potential TCEYs associated with the survey results from 2024. I'd highlight here 2A and 4B with an extensive range in both areas. I think 4B, it's almost a factor of 3 or a factor more than 3 from the low to the high TCEY associated because we haven't had direct surveys. Now note there's no total on those, the low and the high values, because this is where we have a coastwide total already, so they can't all be at the low level. So I'm not providing this as necessarily a guideline to what those TCEYs should be, but just an expression of when we take the point estimates of stock distribution and we use those for a calculation like this, it's easy to lose track of the uncertainty that was associated with those. So those tables are then provided. This output is exactly from the mortality projection tool. And when you look at this output, what you'll see is the TCEYs across each of the IPHC regulatory areas, and then given the catch sharing plans or agreements in each area, the breakdown to each of the individual sectors. And if you're familiar with a particular area, you'll probably understand how that breakdown works already. So that's the table for a coastwide TCEY of 35.28 million pounds. The same table, same approach for the status quo minus 15%, which would be just under 30 million pound coastwide TCEY. And then finally, the table with the status quo minus 25%, which would be a coastwide TCEY of 26.46 million pounds, again, providing those breakdowns. If you want to look at more detail for these results, you can actually take that coastwide total, put it in the mortality projection tool, and put those TCEYs in as percentages and see all the graphics and things associated with that on the mortality projection tool. So the recommendations for this paper are to note paper 13, Rev 1, we just added some additional information in the slides after the initial presentation was posted. And then as in previous meetings, the Secretariat can provide additional harvest decision table alternatives or detailed mortality projections for anybody at the conference board, the PAB, or anybody in the meeting, as well as commissioners as needed during this meeting. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Oops. Sorry. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Stewart. I suspect we have some questions. John?
Thanks. Thanks, Ian, for the presentation. Just a quick question on slide 13. This is the second major bullet there about the higher risk of dropping below SB 20. Is that essentially just a factor of, if we, just to put it in basic terms, if we're not in a good position and we stay in not a good position, it sort of increases the odds that things will be bad going forward? Is that kind of the take
I
home?
think that's a great characterization. And the difference between this year and last year's assessment is, with the new information and the reduction in the spawning biomass estimate from last year, we're closer to that reference than we were last year.
Neil?
Thanks, Dr. Stewart. I really like the combination of the graphs with the metrics in them. I thought that was really helpful, so thank you. I had a question about that series of graphs at the front end of the deck, and I guess I was puzzled that the probability of dropping below SB 30% changes almost not at all over the full range. Maybe it goes up by it goes up by 3% from the no fishing to SPR 35%. And I guess I was interested about why that one might change so little when, so for example, like the SB 20% changes a fair bit more. Could you maybe tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. This gets to a little bit the comment that Dr. Cox made yesterday, and I think Alan referred to today, where we can have a case where the central tendency of a trend or a distribution isn't changing too much, but the uncertainty is. So we're not that far away from that SB 30%, and so the center of the distribution, we're not changing the mass of the projection very much, but the uncertainty is going up, and that's why we see the response more strongly at the low end, at that SB 20%, because that's sort of near the tail of the distribution. And as our uncertainty goes up, that probability is going up much more rapidly than a small change around the middle of the distribution.
Okay, thank you. And then just maybe not something to confirm. I think we heard yesterday that total catch last year was 30.4 million. So when I read this, that would sort of equate to like the 15% down scenario, or very near to. Have I got those numbers right, just for my own?
Yes, it would be somewhere right between the 10 and 15%. And I should have noted, with regard to the decision table, it's not a perfectly linear relationship between every column, but you can very much interpolate between the tables. So if you, for example, you're wondering about a risk and there's a column on either side that are very close, you can guess that it's going to be somewhere right between those probabilities. It's more or less linear over a 1 or 2 million pound range. So that the intent with that table is to provide enough resolution that as you're evaluating alternatives, you don't have to have me produce a new column necessarily. You can just look at the probabilities and see you're going to be somewhere between them. So for example, for this one is a 26% chance of stock decline at 15% and a 31% chance at 10%. So if you were evaluating 12.5, it would be somewhere in the 28 or 29% range.
Peter?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Stewart. The question I have is on slide 14, and it's just about the stock status and the probabilities of hitting that management action we all don't want to see very badly of SB 20 being below 20%. And I noticed that over the course of the 3 years, that's actually, as we take cuts, that probability is going to be reduced. Could you just delve into that a little bit more? I guess that tail is shrinking.
Yes, thanks for the question. I'm just refreshing my memory. So I believe that you're comparing the probability of dropping below SB 20% on a 1-year time horizon versus a 3-year time
Yeah,
horizon, and then
yes.
as we go up in yield. Yes, so I think the way to interpret that is that at lower harvest levels, we can actually reduce the chance of dropping below that reference point. But at higher harvest levels, we're going to retain that same higher probability. And that you start to see that much more pronounced at levels below the status quo. So below the status quo, options tend to reduce that chance of dropping below that reference point, and above the status quo, all those correspond to more or less the same.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Is that it for questions, colleagues? And I might propose that we take a break. I'm going to truncate that slightly and say we come back at 11:15 if we could. So we are going to pick up on agenda item 8, the FIS design evaluations, which unfortunately Dr. Webster's still not available with us. So we're going to have Dr. Stewart present. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, it's me again. I will be filling in for Dr. Webster this afternoon and describing for you the 2025 FIS design and some of the considerations that were taken into account as we developed that design and also planning for future designs. So we've talked a lot about the FIS already. This is our most important source of information on Pacific halibut. Provides not only the trend information, but also the biological information. And it's, as it's been conducted since 1993, it provides really the backbone for the stock assessment. For those of you who have been involved in this process for a long time, you'll recall that the design expanded incrementally from the early 1990s. Sometime around 2000, we really got decent coverage across the entire coast, and that represented about 2/3 of the total stations in the design. And then over 2011 to 2019, we did further expansion, and we've now fished at least once all the stations in the survey design. So this is a map of that full design, ranging from San Francisco all the way up to the Russian EEZ and out to the tip of the Aleutians. We also note on here the trawl survey data from the Bering Sea that we use to supplement whenever it's available. And again, that's an 1,890 station design. Historically, up until we started the expansion, we were fishing on the order of 1,200 to 1,300 stations per year. And it turned out that the areas that were missing from that historical design had a wide range of different catch rates. In some places, there were more fish than we had thought historically, and in other cases, there were less. And so it really emphasized the importance of that expansion that we conducted over that time period. So, of course, the full FIS design can't be sampled every year. We couldn't do it logistically, and we couldn't do it due to cost considerations as well. So we prioritize, as has been discussed, we prioritize first the scientific needs to provide a precise index of abundance and biological information with a low probability of bias. And that means that we need to sample more frequently where there are more fish, but we still do need to sample those low density areas as well. We can't only sample for the aggregations of highest density. We also have the secondary objective of maintaining long-term revenue neutrality, which we are doing our best to move past. We've talked about the three objectives. I will note that we also have a tertiary objective, which is to minimize the removals from the stock where we can. So we don't want to take more than we have to out of as part of our survey activity, and also to help other research projects. We benefit extensively from collaborative research from other survey platforms, and in return, we collect information on a wide range of species that feeds into stock assessments for other groundfish across the North Pacific. So as background to the 2025 design, as we've discussed already in this meeting, over the last several years, we've had much reduced footprints in the FIS. Because we have had to maintain revenue neutrality, we've had to focus the FIS effort on areas that were closer to revenue neutral, and that's primarily led in the last few years to additional sampling or to more concentrated sampling in 2B, 2C, 3A, and 3B in the core of the stock. However, in 2024, as you noted from that design, we only sampled a very small fraction of region 3 in its entirety. Only 3 charter regions for those 2 IPHC regulatory areas. So we developed last year, we actually developed this several years ago, but it was refreshed last year, what we call a base block design. Dr. Hicks mentioned this in his presentation. And this is a compromise between sampling everything every year and the situation we're in now, where we have major gaps in the survey that aren't getting addressed on a timely basis. So the idea of the base block design is that we have some annual sampling in every biological region every year. So we never miss a biological region. We also have charter regions in the core of the stock that never go more than 3 years without being sampled. So we never end up in this situation where it's been so long that we really don't know what the trend is in those areas. And that keeps the uncertainty down in those areas. And then in other areas, especially areas with very low density, we prioritize those sampling on a longer term basis. They will still get sampled. So every station will still get sampled in the design, but there are some low density areas where we could leave for a longer period of time. Importantly, and different from what we've seen in the last few years, is that with this base block design, the design changes every year. We don't just sample the same areas year after year. We move that around, and that's how we can achieve a smaller design and still make sure that none of these areas get left for a period of multiple years. And so, yeah, the bottom line to this is that although it differs from the historical design that we were doing, say, 10 years ago, we strongly feel that this would provide a good scientific basis for the stock assessment, provide comprehensive information, and also enough information to give us a good look at stock distribution across both biological regions and IPHC regulatory areas. And it is still a slight compromise in using blocks. It will make the design more efficient as well. And so it will also make it a little bit easier for vessels. When they get a charter region, they sample all the stations in that charter region rather than a random design where they'd frequently have more running time and or days with not a full complement of stations due to the distance between stations. So these maps, these aren't the specific block design that we would propose going forward for 25 to 2029, but this is an example of what we would see in a 5-year period. And so if you just look across these maps, you see that in most cases, none of the areas are left for more than 2 or 3 years. So the gold is the places we would be sampling, the purple are places we wouldn't sample in that particular year. And if you just pick an individual IPHC regulatory area, you'll see that over a period of years, we would sample most, if not all, of the charter regions in that area. So we did initially start 2025 planning with the base block design, and based on the catch rates that we observed during 2024. I should note that we update these calculations every year. So there was a question yesterday about we'd seen a 9% decline in weight per unit effort, and had we factored that into this upcoming design? Well, in fact, that factored in very heavily, because that's what we based these projections on, and what led us to understand that it was going to be much more expensive in 2025 than it was even in 2024 to do this sample. So when we first evaluated the base block design, we estimated a net loss of around $2 million, and that was not considered financially viable. So we provided a series of options to the Commission at the special session 14 last fall. The Commission tentatively selected a 2025 design that included a compromise between a design that would have been very small had it been near or at revenue neutrality. It includes 1 charter region each in 2B and 2C. There was supplementary funding provided to cover 60 stations each in 2A and around the boundary of 4A and 4B. There we essentially tried to use 1 charter region to get at least some sampling in both areas, and then 2 charter regions each in 3A and 3B. And this was projected to run a deficit of approximately $1 million, which could be covered by the IPHC Reserve Fund. And so this map shows you the design that was adopted by the Commission at that special session for 2025. I'll note a few things. One, this is an improvement over the design in 2024. You'll see better coverage, and coverage in some areas that we've not sampled recently. However, this is not the base block design, so it doesn't cover as much of the overall area as we would have planned to do had we done the full base block design. Now, when we evaluate these designs looking forward, the way we try and understand how wrong could we go in a 3-year period if we don't sample in a particular area, we look back in time and we look at the rate of change in each of these areas. So what this graphic is showing you is for each biological region, how large was the change from year to year in that region? And so zeros in the middle, it's expressed as a percent. There's some dashed lines at plus and minus 15%. And what you can see right away, even without reading any of the numbers on there, is that we frequently see changes as large as 15% across each of the biological regions, and sometimes approaching that at the coast-wide level. And so we've used for a lot of the supporting analysis to try to understand the implications of reduced designs. We've used this 15% bias as a guideline to say, okay, well, it could be as bad as 15%. What would that mean for this analysis or that analysis? And you'll see that again here in a few slides. We can also look at the same pattern over a 3-year time period. And you'll see that over 3 years, there's even larger possible changes to the stock dynamics. And so again, this is the same information, but now it's the rate of change for every 3-year time period. And you can see even at the coast-wide level, we can exceed 15% for multiple years in a row of 15% change or greater over a 3-year time period. So again, this is just reiterating what I've said already at this meeting, is that if we don't sample someplace for 2 or 3 years, we really don't have a good estimate of what's going on in that area. So this is another way to think about where we are right now. So what this graphic shows you is color-coded when we've sampled last in each of these areas across the coast. So the lighter the color, the more recent the sampling. The 2024 sampling is the bright yellow, mostly yellow on your screen. And the darker the color gets, the longer it's been. The areas in purple, we haven't sampled since 2020 or even earlier. And so you can quite quickly see where the gaps in our survey is. And you see a lot of dark colors out there in the West. We've had very low sampling out in the West over the last 5 to 6 years. So this is a quick way to see when we put these designs together, this is exactly the information we're looking at. We're looking at where have we not sampled in the longest amount of time. And those are the areas that get prioritized each year when we start to develop the designs. And then we face reality and have to make changes based on the amount of funding that's available. You will note here that for many of these areas, particularly out west, we are already at 3 or 4 years since we've sampled in those areas. And what that means is that if we were to get back on a base block design, it will take us 2 or 3 years to catch up, because there will still be large swaths of those areas that we haven't sampled. And so even if we were to get right back to a base block design beginning in 2026, we still have some catching up to do. Now, this design for 2025 will cover approximately 63% of the total habitat. Most of that is covered by the NOAA Trawl Survey in the Eastern Bering Sea. That comprises a very large fraction of the overall. It's around 50% of the overall footprint of Pacific halibut habitat. However, given the 2025 design, we still think it's quite possible that we could have potential for bias of up to around 13%. And this is analysis that Dr. Webster's done looking at this design specifically. And importantly, it could be higher out west and also in the core in regions 3. And that's because even though we're going to have 4 charter regions in 3A and 3B, there are many other charter regions that we still haven't sampled in several years. I already spoke to the last bullet on this slide. So I mentioned this earlier, and I spoke to this in detail at the interim meeting. We did conduct an extensive analysis using the stock assessment, and we said, if the trend in the survey were going down, but we failed to detect it because we had low coverage and that was the bias that occurred, what would that mean for the stock assessment? So we simulated multiple data sets. We said, okay, the fishery data is not biased, but we're getting this bias in the survey, and we refit the stock assessment models hundreds of times. And we said, what would the net result of this be? And it turns out that even with unbiased fishery data, the models would still be getting some signal from the survey, and we would end up overestimating the spawning biomass by around 2 or 3%. We would overestimate the SPR, which is underestimating the fishing intensity, by approximately 1%. And in terms of the decision table, if this bias were there and we didn't know it, we would underestimate the probability of stock decline by approximately 9%. Again, this is a 15% bias, and we don't know that this is the case, but we wanted to understand what's the potential effect on the stock assessment. When we think about it, none of those numbers sounds very large, but when we think about the potential effect, if we wanted to move in the decision table to correct for a potential bias of 9% in the probability of stock decline, that would correspond over the last few decision tables we've seen. That would correspond to a change in the coast-wide TCEY of approximately 4 million pounds. So that's a pretty meaningful reduction that would have to occur to essentially safeguard against a potential bias like this. So the point of this analysis wasn't to, to create a major warning, but it was to say, look, bias in the FISC can translate into the stock assessment, and if it does, it could actually be a meaningful problem in the results. And so the recommendation from this paper is to note this, noting that the design was accepted by the Commission at Special Session 14. This provides a review of the optimal long-term design and the approved 2025 FISC design, and a general discussion of the process that we use to get there. That's what I have.
Thank you for that, Dr. Stewart. Do we have questions? John?
Thank you, Ian. A couple of questions first on slide 9. There we go. So I wonder if you could just go over again what you said about the approach to this, implementing the base block design here and it being unexpectedly more expensive than we were anticipating it would be. Could you just reiterate why that was the case?
Yes, thanks for the question. I can. So we as was noted by Dr. Cox, previously we would develop a design and look only at the scientific merits of the design. We would present that to the SRB, and then we would have a mad scramble in the fall when we got the new information to update that design for the Commission's decisions in the fall. We started doing projections earlier and earlier in the season, so we actually present a preliminary design to the SRB in the spring. But in a year like this, like in 2024, we didn't get the final survey results until midsummer. And when we got those updates, what we saw was the 032 catch per unit effort was down 9%. When we looked at that in the context of the catch rates for the survey, we saw that appreciably changed the financial landscape that we were operating in. And so we did 3, if not 4 or 5 different iterations of this as we gained new information over the summer, each iteration getting closer and closer to the final. So that's why you see these results change from, say, spring through the fall and then right up until the final meeting. But importantly, by the time we got to special session 14, we had the final information from all the catch rates, from all the expenses as they had been actually incurred, the bids and everything else. So we feel like this is the best we can do given the information from the 2024 season.
Okay, so if I hear you right, it wasn't the design needed a change. It was more just having a better picture of what the likely revenues would be from implementing that design. Right?
That's right.
Okay, and then I'm not, maybe this is a question better for David, but in terms of the Commission's planning going forward with the aspiration of being able to implement a base block design, do we need a refined cost estimate for realistically what we think it would take to do that?
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. The short answer is yes. I think that's just something that we need to update on a regular basis, particularly as we get the stock projections and the most recent catch rates and fish prices that we've received, as well as the final bids that we're going to receive for 2025 next week as well. It's something that's just going to need to be continuously updated. And I think the process that we have at the moment, where we start in spring and then just go through that iterative and updating and refinement throughout the year, makes a lot of sense. And so I think, as we discussed at the Finance and Administration Committee, there's certainly a need to look back on what we think we need on an ongoing basis, at least in the, let's say, medium term, to ensure that we can sample the base block design going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. I don't have any more questions at the moment. I do have an action to suggest, but maybe we can see if there are other questions first.
Any other questions? Seeing none, moving to actions.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Yesterday I articulated my concerns with the secondary objective for the FIS, the long-term revenue neutrality goal. This is something I have brought up in the past. A number of us have had questions around it. And my proposal here is to replace the secondary objective for the FIS with the following language. So instead of long-term revenue neutrality, the secondary objective would be cost effectiveness without compromising the scientific integrity of the survey design. And my understanding is that the Commission's intent has always been not to compromise the scientific integrity of the survey just to achieve revenue neutrality. But some of the recommendations for survey design that we've seen from the Secretariat, understandably, given that design objective, have appeared to have been more motivated by fishing for revenue than just purely for science. And cost effectiveness, I think, is likely a better term that would make the intent clearer for the Secretariat and for stakeholders. So that's the rationale. So I can read the language again if needed, or no, you got it. Okay, so I'm not sure if we need a motion to that effect, or if we can just see if there's consensus. We'll defer to you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any questions around that, Neil?
I think the sentiment is sensible. I might like to talk about it. I mean, I think we have some time tomorrow, as if we wanted to meet as commissioners, just to ensure that it sort of fits with other considerations for the survey design that I think relate to cost. So notionally supportive, but would just maybe like an opportunity to talk about it a bit more before we land final language. That would be my request.
Does that work, John, in terms of, we'll talk this through a little bit further? And
Yeah, absolutely. And we
But I
can
think
just
overall-
look for an appropriate place on the agenda to circle back to it.
Yep, sounds good. Any other discussions on this? Otherwise, I've lost my agenda here again, I'm afraid. Think we're done with this then, barring any last questions. Okay, so moving to agenda item 9. And we have a presentation.
Thank you, Commissioners, attending audience. I'll provide a report on the current and future biological and system science activities. The biological activities that are contemplated within our 5-year program of integrated research and monitoring include activities in 5 main research areas. Those are the ones indicated in this list. The first one is migration and population dynamics. The second one is reproduction. The third one is growth. The fourth one is mortality and survival assessment. And the last one is fishing technology. And I will proceed now to provide some updates on most of these research areas. The first one is migration and population dynamics. We have been focusing during the last year on 2 items, and those are namely the establishment of a baseline of genetic diversity and the delineation of fine scale structure. And this is leveraging the work that the IPHC Secretariat had done, sequencing the Pacific halibut genome and establishing a reference genome for the species. The relevance for stock assessment is to determine whether there's a need for separate assessments for certain components of the stock, which may lead to a potential revision of structure of future stock assessments. The main objective is really to resolve the genetic structure of the Pacific halibut stock in IPHC conventional waters. And what we've done is to collect genetic samples from spawning groups collected in the winter in 5 main areas in IPHC conventional waters that represent most of the better known spawning areas. And this alludes to Commissioner Alberson's question just a little before. And those are the western Aleutians. If we go from west to east, the western Aleutians, the central Aleutian Islands, the Bering Sea, and particularly Pribilof Canyon, the central Gulf of Alaska, the main region would be the Portlock area, and then British Columbia, that would be north and south of Haida Gwaii. These genetic samples were collected over a broad period of time between 1999 and 2020. These genetic samples were used in an approach that is named low coverage whole genome resequencing. This work was funded in part by the North Pacific Research Board, and this approach allows for screening genomic variation at a very high resolution. It's a state-of-the-art technique that is currently used to establish a genetic baseline, and that can also be used to identify potential local and or environmental adaptations. So in total, we have sequenced 570 individuals. This analysis has led to the identification of an enormous number of genetic markers, almost 5 million single nucleotide polymorphisms that have used to resolve the genetic structure of the Pacific halibut population within the sampled area. The results obtained so far, and what I'm showing here in this graph, is a principal components analysis in which all the samples from the 5 spawning areas are shown. And what you could basically infer from this graph is that there's basically one single cluster and a considerable amount of overlap among samples from different geographic collections. Other techniques that have been used to resolve whether there's any further differences have provided no evidence for discrete groups. That would be what's referred to as unsupervised clustering. And also we've done assignment testing, basically asking whether we can actually accurately assign individuals back to the population that they were sampled from. And the result is that there's a fairly low assignment accuracy, about under 35%. The results overall allow us to conclude that we cannot identify discrete genetic groups of Pacific halibut within the samples collected in the IPHC convention waters using high-resolution genomics techniques. Furthermore, there's no evidence for genetic structure, and this is likely due to the considerable amount of gene flow among the different geographic areas. And this is understandable knowing that Pacific halibut are capable of long-distance movements throughout their entire life history. There's very little ability to assign individuals back to the location in which they were sampled. The results on the lack of structure are actually consistent with current IPHC stock assessment practices. Currently, the population is modeled as a single coast white stock. Moving on to the next research area, that of reproduction, we've been focusing on mainly 2 areas. The first one is the histology-based maturity schedules. We've basically tried to revise the current maturity schedule that are used in stock assessment. And for that, we have actually leveraged a considerable amount of work that was conducted in the previous 5-year research plan, in which we fully characterize histologically reproductive development of females. Also, in addition to the revised maturity schedules, we've also have begun fecundity assessment studies. On the bottom of the slide, you can see the different publications that reflect most of the work leading to the work that I'll be showing you right now. The relevance for stock assessment of this inputs is that they provide direct inputs into stock assessment for estimation of the stock recruitment relationship. They will allow a revision of the time series of historical and future maturity, and also will assist in estimations of annual reproductive output. This will refine the scaling of female spawning biomass and the reference point estimates. In 2022, during the Fisheries Independent Satellite Survey, a large sample collection effort took place. We sampled the 4 biological regions. Here in this map, you could actually see the locations of the stations where samples were collected from. So we collected samples from biological regions 2, 3, 4, and 4B. A total of over 1,000 samples. These samples were collected and processed and analyzed for histological maturity stage. In 2023, now shown in blue, we collected again samples, but only in the areas that were covered by the FIS that year. So biological regions 2 and biological regions 3. Again, a total of over 1,000 samples. So from 2022 and 2023, we have a combined a sample set of over 2,000 samples that we've analyzed, and that analysis will be shown right now. So this is the 2022 ogives by biological region. So what you see here on the top are two graphs representing the maturity ogives or maturity schedules for biological regions 2 and 3. And in the bottom, you see the ogives from biological regions 4 and 4B. What you're actually seeing in these graphs is the relationship between age plotted on the x-axis and the proportion of mature females on the y-axis from 0 to 1 or 0 to 100. And what you can actually see is that from samples from 2022, there's some differences between the different biological regions. In fact, if you just see the slope of the curve, in fact, that the steepness of the curve, in fact, increases from region 2 to region 3 to region 4B. So there's basically this is one of the first evidences of potential regional differences in maturity schedules and the proportion of mature fish by age. We also have, obviously, the 2023 data, and these are shown in these plots. So here you see a similar plots for biological regions 2 and 3. Biological region 3 looks very similar than 2022. There were really no differences between the 2 years. But biological region 2 actually showed a curve that was slightly different than the one that we saw with the 2022 data. So in comparison, below you see the 2022 data. This is revised now because now this is modeled incorporating the year effect. So you can see again that the biological regions 3 were very similar between 2022 and 2023. But biological region 2 showed some temporal differences. So what we're doing next is, in fact, combining on the 2022 and 2023 data to generate a coast-wide ogive that can be used to better understand the data obtained. So we pooled the 2022 and 2023 data. And in fact, this thick black line shows the coast-wide maturity schedule. Again, age in years on the x-axis and proportion of mature females on the y-axis. And this coast-wide ogive for age and maturity was calculated from the weighted regional ogives using the FIS space time model confidence estimates. This allows us to calculate a useful metric, which is the A50 value. That's the age at which 50% of the females are mature. And that gives us, with the histology assessment, an A50 value of 10.3 years of age. This is slightly younger than the A50 value that is derived from the current maturity schedule that is used in stock assessment that was generated until today using exclusively field or visual maturity classification criteria. That A50 value was 11.6 years of age. We've also calculated the coast-wide ogives for weight at maturity and length at maturity. The coast-wide ogive for weight at maturity is 5.4 kilograms, and the one for length at maturity is 85.4, which is slightly lower than the one that was obtained using visual or field classification criteria. So again, in 2024, with collected samples during the 2024 FIS season, fortunately, we were able to sample biological region 4 again, and also biological regions 2 and 3. Again, a total of 1,100 samples. So now we will have, once this 2024 data is completed, we'll have more than 3,000 ovarian samples to use in calculating a 3-year consecutive 3-year maturity of. So far the conclusions are there are spatial differences among biological regions for maturity and age. Please note that this is just based on the 2022 data set that allow us to compare among different biological regions. That appears to be an earlier oocyte development from west, from biological regions 4B to the east, biological region 2. That the coastwide ogive is shows a lower A50 value than the currently used maturity age schedules based on visual or field classification criteria. And the next steps are to process and add the 2024 maturity samples for use in the 2025 full stock assessment. We've also, as I mentioned initially, we've also conducted or began to develop plans for fecundity estimations. We collected ovarian samples for fecundity in the 2023 and 2024 FIS seasons, and also additional samples were collected more recently in the fall of 2024 in IPHC regulatory area 2B in the Charlotte and the St. James charter regions, targeting specifically larger females, so females that were between 85 and 200 plus centimeters in fork length. And these samples will now be used to develop a method to estimate fecundity in Pacific halibut. And once this method is established, then this will be followed by actual fecundity estimations by size and by age. The third research area that I'll provide some updates is mortality and survival assessment. And during the first 5-year research plan, 2017 to 21, we actually completed the discard mortality rate estimations of the longline fishery. This results have already been reported and published in the peer review literature, as you can see in these references below. But we've also made important progress in a similar study looking at discard mortality rates in the charter recreational fishery. And currently we're analyzing capture-related variables, and hopefully soon we'll be able to complete this study. The relevance for stock assessment of this research is to improve estimates of discard mortality, reduce potential bias in stock assessment results and management of mortality limits, and overall to reduce unobserved mortality and its effect in stock assessment. On the recreational fishery, we've actually been working characterizing capture and handling practices on survival of recreational discards. We have looked at the effects of different hook sizes, 12-aught, 16-aught, on viability of the fish that are released. Most of those fish, as you can see on the graph on the far left, most of the fish, more than 80 or 90% of those fish are released in excellent viability condition, very few in medium and almost none in poor. And the injury types that are related to the capture process are almost all torn cheek injuries that had result just from the hooking injury itself, which aligns very well with the type of viabilities. So knowing this, we actually tagged a number of fish with satellite transmitting pop-up tags to look at survival of this fish that were released in excellent viability condition. And the discard mortality rate estimate that we obtained was 1.35%, so quite low. We'll be, as I said, we'll be completing the study shortly. Lastly, I'm going to provide some updates on the research area on fishing technology. In this area, which is new for the 5-year program of integrated research and monitoring, contemplates work on two major aspects. One is investigating new methods for whale avoidance or deterrence to reduce whale depredation in the longline fishery. And secondly, to investigate behavioral and physiological responses to fishing gear to reduce bycatch. That last area included the use of artificial illumination to reduce bycatch and the use of circle hook modifications to reduce rockfish bycatch in the Pacific longline fishery. Those results have been published in two publications listed here. But I will just focus on the latest results on the new methods for whale avoidance. Both areas actually are relevant for stock assessment for the following reasons. One is to increase available yield for the directed fishery and to reduce potential bias and uncertainty in the stock assessment. Overall, this will improve mortality accounting. So back to the whale avoidance or deterrence methods. The IPHC Secretariat, with funding from the Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program from NOAA, conducted a pilot study in the summer of 2023, testing a shuttle device system that is this metal structure that you see here. And the results of this pilot study indicated that this shuttle device can actually be safely utilized on small vessels. This was tested on a 57-foot vessel. That the catch rates are actually fairly similar, as you see on the lower graph on the left, to standard gear, and the sizes on the right-hand side are the size categories of the catch are similar to control gear, which is usual long light gear. So now we're entering the next phase. Now we've received additional funding from the Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program to conduct full-scale testing of the shuttle system in areas of known whale depredation. And currently we are looking for vessels that are interested in participating. There's a tender that is open that was published together with the FIS that will finish next Monday. So if there's anybody interested in this work, please come talk to me later, or you can actually talk to Dr. Stewart or Tyler Jack about this. And now to finalize, these are the two research competitive grants that have been awarded to IPHC. One just mentioned from the Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program to fund this whale depredation work, and then a grant from the Alaska Sea Grant that started January of this year on the development of a non-lethal genetic-based method for aging Pacific halibut. I would just like to finish just reminding the audience that there's a poster session today at 5 o'clock. The posters will be displayed outside of this room, and we'll be happy to go over more details of any of these 5 research areas if anybody's interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the overview. Do we have questions, commissioners? Peter?
Thank you, Dr. Planis. Sorry. Question about, so you'd commented, and through your research, genetic research, that there's no discrete genetic groups of Pacific halibut. So I know before there was some thought possibly 4B may have be a distinguished or be a different group. What does that tell us, or it probably doesn't tell us, but what would that make us think about possible fish even further east towards, Russia and those, would it now make sense that possibly those are a lot of the same genetic fish?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Grief, through the chair. Yeah, that's a very good question. We only have samples within IPHC convention waters, but it is fairly clear that at least on either side of Amchichka Pass, basically separating Western Aleutian Islands and Central Aleutian Islands, that there's no genetic difference of the fish that are caught in 4B versus fish that are caught in Area 4 or anywhere else within the convention waters. There were some previous reports, but those reports actually use samples that were collected in the summer. This study was conducted only using winter samples collected at spawning grounds at the time of spawning, which is really the proper way to assess a genetic baseline. So with those samples, we really don't find any genetic differences. Now, the question is whether westernmost component of the population, and outside of the IPHC convention waters in Russia, for instance, would allow us to identify potential differences. Perhaps there's one thing that it's a great unknown to us is the level of connectivity between the Eastern and Western Pacific with Pacific halibut. There are indications that there's a certain amount of connectivity, and there was a study conducted on larval trajectories, clearly indicating or strongly suggesting that larvae that would be spawned in the Bering Sea or in the Gulf of Alaska could actually end up in Russian waters. So even though we don't have the actual data, it would be expected that there is a fair amount of connectivity between Eastern and Western Pacific, which would most likely would contribute to homogenize the population genetically.
Yeah, thank you for that. The other thing you've done a lot of work on are the maturity curves, and it sounds like they're going to be introduced into the new stock assessment. Any idea if that could have what kind of effect that could have? Could it be great? Could it be just minimal? Or any range in between, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Grief, through the chair. That's again another important question that we'll have to see the results once the full assessment has incorporated 3 consecutive years of maturity data, revised maturity data. So as you saw on that metric, the A50 value and the shape of the curves, we may expect some differences with the current maturity estimates that are incorporated into the stock assessment. So it will be really interesting to see how that affects our estimates of female spawning patterns. It could potentially have an effect.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Plants.
Thank you both. Any further quotes? Sorry, Richard.
Yeah, Dr. Planas, regarding migration, I guess there was no conclusive, the use of genetics didn't yield any results for migration. I assume if we wanted to get more information about migration, is this going back to the old style of tagging? And I assume we're still tagging, right? Are we still tagging and retrieving tags, and that's our main source of migration between regions or within a region? Is that still the only method we have for getting a handle of where the juveniles migrate once they become juveniles and adults?
Thank you, Commissioner Yamada. Through the chair, yes, that is a huge proportion of our, that's where a huge proportion of our understanding of migration comes from the almost century-old tagging efforts that the Commission has been conducting. So there's currently what we call a map of our current understanding or a conceptual model of migration that is actually reflected in a publication that the Secretariat published in 2021. That's Carpi et al., where there was an important effort to summarize all the past efforts involving tagging, physical tagging and also satellite tagging. But I think everybody will be in agreement that there's really still a lot more work to be done in that area. And it is unfortunate that genetics are not allowing us to use that as a tool for better understanding migration patterns. But I think we should be considering the valid importance of conventional tagging methods. There's obviously other techniques that could assist in understanding possibly migration patterns, but those are costly, and research plans should be delineated very clearly to pursue those objectives.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alverson.
Yeah, Dr. Planas, couple of years ago, you gave a presentation relative to, I believe it was spawn coming from Western Alaska and up and through Unimac Pass into the Bering Sea. And I was listening to Bucklakaitis' concern of the Bering Sea biomass being able to contribute to the Bering Sea in the future. And I don't recall the Secretariat ever making a hard decision of just how important the Western Gulf spawn is to the Bering Sea. Was there a conclusion to that, or it does contribute, but do you know, is it significant in your opinion, or what was the final conclusions of that study?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Alderson. Through the chair, yeah, you're referring to a study that was completed in 2021, and it was a modeling effort. So it was not actually based on actual captures of larvae or young fish, but the estimation was that from the output of the spawning grounds in the Gulf of Alaska, approximately, it was expected that approximately 50% of that reproductive output would end up in the Bering Sea, passively transported through currents. So that there's the potential that large number of fish that are present in the Bering Sea in those nursery areas at young age, large proportion of those could actually be derived from spawning stocks present in the Gulf of Alaska. So that's as far as the conclusions could go from that study.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any last questions? Otherwise, thank you, Dr. Planas. And I will turn us, I guess, to regulatory proposals.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This presentation is an introduction to regulatory proposals for consideration for 2025. And I will begin this presentation by providing a brief overview of the IPHC regulatory process, and I will follow with introduction of each individual proposal as well as their proponent. And at this time, for contracting party proposals as well as stakeholder proposal, we'll also invite individual proposals proponents to offer additional commentary in support of their proposal and answer any additional questions that the Commission might have on those proposals. I will note that in terms of a process, there's a designated time on the agenda on Thursday that is reserved to revisit regulatory proposals. At this time, we'll ask the Commission to provide us the recommendations on the adoption of any of those proposals. And we'll aim to address as many proposals as possible during that time in order to streamline the agenda for Friday when we'll be focusing on mortality and fishery limits. However, I will note as needed that the Commission might defer any additional proposals to Friday as well. This year, for the Commission's consideration, we have in total 9 regulatory proposals. 3 of these are from the Secretariat, 1 from contracting party, and 5 from stakeholders. All regulatory proposals are available on the IPHC website, and all of these proposals had to be submitted to the Commission 30 days ahead of the meeting, and this is in accordance with the IPHC rules of procedure. All the IPHC regulatory proposals has to be submitted through the IPHC Fishery Regulations portal that is available on the IPHC website. And I should also note that as we progress with the adoption of the IPHC Fishery Regulations proposals, the IPHC will be preparing a revised text of the IPHC Fisheries Regulations for verification by both contracting parties. And as we progress and have the finalized text, this text will be submitted to both contracting parties for adoption and implementation. In terms of regulatory proposals from the Secretariat, the first proposal is Proposal A1, which is a mortality and fishery limits proposal. This proposal is a framework for introducing new mortality and fishery limits in the IPHC fishery regulations. This proposal introduces into the IPHC regulations tables that explicitly states TCYs by IPHC regulatory area, as well as fishery limits resulting from those TCYs and the domestic catch sharing arrangements. These tables will be populated as the Commission makes a decision on the TCYs. And on first, they will only ask the Commission to adopt the framework. So the way how the decided TCYs will be introduced into the IPHC regulations. For proposal A2, the proposal A2 is a framework for setting commercial fishing periods for IPHC commercial fishery. And this is where the Commission decides on the opening and closing dates for the commercial fishing sector. As a reminder, with the transition of management in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A, the Commission does not have to make any explicit decisions for the non-tribal directed commercial fishery in 2A. However, I will note for this specific proposal, we have been advised by NOAA Fisheries that the change that have been introduced last year, and as a reminder, last year the Commission adopted also, besides change in dates, also changes to hours, and the opening of a commercial fishery changed from noon to 6 a.m. and the closing changed from noon to minute to midnight. This specific change introduced some discrepancies with the sablefish fishery in Alaska. And while this is not really a regulatory concern on the IPHC side, I will note that the Commission might consider the practical challenges this might pose for Alaskan fisheries as a part of its decision on the commercial fishing period. And for this particular concern, we have NOAA Fisheries available in case there are any additional questions on that specific discrepancy concern. Chair, is there a need for any additional clarification?
Sorry. Do we require any questions on there, colleagues? Oh, Neil, sorry.
Just a question of clarification. I'm just thinking about a few of these they're very much annual. Do they essentially sort of expire in regs?
So in general, the assumption is that if the Commission does not make any decision, we would just carry over the regulations from a previous year, but this is introducing the framework so that the Commission makes that additional decisions on specific commercial fishing periods, and for A1, the new values that go into the tables with TCYs and FCUs. Thank you. And in terms of the proposal A3, the proposal A3 introduces or proposes minor changes in the IPHC fishery regulations text, but it's important to note that this proposal does not intend to change any management practices. This is only aimed at more consistency in the language of the IPHC fisheries regulations. And I will note that this proposal and all the other proposals, in fact, will be further discussed with policy advisors from both contracting parties as a part of a regulatory proposals and fisheries regulations markup meeting that is currently scheduled for Thursday morning.
John?
Thanks. Basha, I'm wondering what gave rise to proposal A3. Was there a particular problem that the Secretary had identified with enforcement or communication with the fleet? What precipitated these suggested changes?
Thank you. No, there has not been any indication of the specific enforcement concerns or any other specific concerns raised. However, the IPHC periodically, as a secretariat with contracting parties, revise the language exactly to prevent any potential or issues in the future. So we look at the consistency of the language and provide the proposed changes for consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Moving to proposals B, proposals from contracting parties. The next proposal is a proposal providing a framework for charter management measures in IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A. And this proposal is a framework that would that defines management measures that would come up as a part of that would be derived based on the decisions on the TCYs adopted by the Commission. So decision of this proposal would be on just the implementation way, but not necessarily specific measures that these would be defined following the decision on the mortality limits. And we have also NOAA fisheries available to answer any additional questions on this proposal as needed.
Do we have any comments, questions on this one? Nope. Okay.
That's going quickly. For the next proposals, we have 5 stakeholders proposals, and for this proposal, I will only introduce the proposal, and all the proposal proponents will have an opportunity to answer any additional questions that the Commission might have. So the proposal C1 is proposing year-round commercial Pacific halibut fishery in IPHC regulatory area 2B. And I believe Robert Hognes is available to provide any additional commentary in support of his proposal. If you could please come to front to the microphone.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the time to take consider my regulatory proposal for year-round halibut fishery in the Canadian waters. There are multiple reasons why I'm bringing this forward. In 2020, the IPHC Secretariat staff prepared a paper, IPHC 2020 Special Session 08 Prop A1, which concluded the best scientific information available suggests that there is no biological basis for assuming an increased risk to the stock by allowing a fishing period to extend to the 31st of December 2020 or to February 20th, 2021. And the stock assessment process can easily adjust to accommodate an extension of the 2020 commercial fishing period to the 31st of December 2020, recognizing any removals after this date would be attributed as 2021 removals. From the Secretariat's findings, it can be concluded that there is no biological or conservation reason why year-round fishery couldn't occur in IPHC, in all IPHC regulatory areas. The North American Pacific halibut market faces competition from the Atlantic halibut and Pacific halibut from Russia. In 2022 and 2023, 1,526 tons and 1,407 tons, respectively, were taken out of the Gulf of St. Lawrence fishery in Canada. According to the assessment that was done in 2022, the stock in the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the Atlantic halibut landings have reached the highest values since 1960. The full assessment, I have a link to it if commissioners or anyone else would like to see that. Further, the 2022 stock assessment of the Atlantic halibut and the Scotian Shelf and the Southern Grand Banks showed that the landings were at historic highs of 5,445 tons in 2021. And I also have a link to that assessment if anyone would like to see it. Also, the market should improve with a steady supply of fresh Pacific halibut available year-round. Not only would it benefit Canadian fishers, but American fishers as well. Fishermen would still be catching the same amount of fish, but now will be providing consumers with access to fresh product year-round instead of 9 months. This should help create more demand for Pacific halibut as well as expand markets by being able to ensure fresh fish is always available. Another reason I'd like to bring to the Commissioner's attention is that Canada, there's a fully integrated groundfish fishery where vessels that are licensed to fish for sablefish, rockfish by hook and line, lingcod, and dogfish are accountable for all the halibut they encounter and release. When releasing halibut during the closed period, these vessels are charged mortality on the halibut that they release. The discard mortality rate for longline halibut is 16% and assumed an average weight of 21 pounds for a legal size halibut. That works out to 3.3 pounds of mortality for each halibut released. These vessels must acquire halibut quota necessary to cover the mortality, which is an added expense for them. According to DFO data, the number of legal size halibut caught and released by sablefish, rockfish, hook and line, lingcod, and dogfish vessels operating during the halibut closure averages around 766 pieces per year from 2019 to 2023. This equates to approximately 2,574 pounds of mortality that has to be accounted for. While it's not a lot of fish, it still represents a significant expense to vessels that are facing rising costs in fuel, bait, and groceries, along with reduced fish prices, and they must acquire this quota to cover the mortality. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Perhaps just one question of clarification before I turn to colleagues. Recognizing full well that this is a proposal for 2B, I did pick up in your comments that there may be receptivity to expanding it to other areas should there be an interest. Is that the case?
Yeah, I've brought this forward a couple times. It's always been this, the U.S. doesn't really seem to have too much appetite, but definitely if other regulatory areas want a year-round fishery, it's definitely a viable option. So I'm not opposed to it. It's just asking for Canada.
Okay. Thank you for that. Colleagues, questions? Bob?
Excuse me, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, Robert Hockness.
Robert, do you see this as primarily accommodating a bycatch fishery relative to your IFQ format, or do you see a directed fishery on this?
It's be too hard to tell right off the bat, but I would assume that initially it would be just to cover the bycatch mortality. I mean, there would be probably an increased retention rate, because right now those vessels are trying to avoid fishing in mixed areas where they would be encountering rockfish or lingcod or sablefish to try and avoid the halibut mortality penalty. So I would think you would see a slight increase, but again, it's all within the tax. So I mean, you're not going to be harvesting more than what's currently allowed to be harvested anyways. So if you caught fish right now, you have to cover it anyways.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner DeGrief.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Just along those same lines as Bob, you wouldn't anticipate any big rush for fishermen to go out in December, January to do a directed halibut fishery, would you?
Not initially, I don't think. I mean, it all kind of depends on what the market's paying for the fish too. Like if you could develop a market for the Chinese New Year, I mean, and you're getting 12 bucks a pound or something like it, I mean, you might see an increased push to get more halibut out of the water. But I mean, that could also be limited by restricting how much quota you want taken out during the what we have currently as a closed period. I mean, you could limit it to however much you want to take out, but I just, from a conservation perspective, I just hate throwing back fish. I mean, because there is a mortality associated with fish, and with more and more whale depredation that you're seeing, like, we're not fishing in a vacuum, so you're going to be throwing back those halibut, and if there's whales chasing you, you're just feeding the whales. So I would much rather see people retaining those and making a bit of money off them, because again, it's pretty tough out there right now.
Yeah, thank you, Robert.
Any other comments, questions? Richard?
And just a quick question, Robert. Are there processors open that time of year to process your halibut and to sell them, or is mostly you found direct markets for this halibut?
Processors are open at a limited capacity, because there's sablefish fisheries going on right now. There's rockfish fisheries going on right now. There is direct dock sales that go on during the winter months for sablefish and rockfish as well. So again, if there's a market for it, I'm sure they'll be open. But I can't speak on how many processors are open, but from my understanding is there is quite a few buyers still operating it, but at a reduced capacity currently.
Okay, thank you very much, Robert. I think we can release you and turn to the next regulatory proposal.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. So moving to proposal C2, this proposal is proposing closing a one-way pathway for Pacific halibut quota holders from IPHC Regulatory Area 4C to fish their quota in IPHC Regulatory Area 4D, particularly around San Matthew Island. And we have Sean McManus, who can provide additional comments in support of this proposal. And he also indicated that he would like, in support of his comments, to show his the appendix of the proposal that he submitted. And the Secretariat will bring that appendix in a second.
Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to speak to this. This involves an amendment to the catch share plan in 2005 that allowed 4C, IFQ, and CDQ fishermen to harvest their quota in Area 4D. And at that time, the premise was that there was a much lower percentage of 4C halibut being harvested in comparison to 4D. And also that there was a comparison between roughly 560 square nautical miles of grounds in Area 4C compared to 5,600 square nautical miles in Area 4D, so 10 times larger. And so that was the assumption that got this this passed, essentially. And at that time, there was boats fishing on the edge, so the boats weren't as concentrated now. And recent years of fishing up there, I've just been noticing more and more boats up there. It's becoming harder and harder to catch the fish. And, you know, some people can say it's temperature and it's ice and what have you, but, you know, I sent in a data request to the Secretariat, and the staff was kind enough to have some answers here to my questions. But essentially, 90% of all 4D is being caught up at St. Matthew, and almost 70% of all 4CD and E quota is being caught up at St. Matthew. And keep in mind, St. Matthew's quick Google search is about 130 square miles, and only about half of that island contains halibut. And so I feel that this data supports what I feel is localized depletion. It's simply being transferred from 4C to 4D, and in particular to St. Matthew. And so I wanted to bring this to your attention. And, you know, you guys may say this is an allocation issue and it's best to be brought up with the council, which I have done. I brought it up to the IPQ committee. But please allow me to just read a quick quote from that same 2005 decision. It says, let's see here. The IPHC noted that the ratio of halibut harvest to available fishing grounds would be much lower in Area 4D than Area 4C. Therefore, the likelihood that the localized depletion problem in Area 4C would simply be transposed to Area 4D would remain low. And so, like I said, fast forward 25 years now, where you can hardly fish on the edge. I mean, the data supports it. 90% of the fish on the 4D is being caught up in St. Matthew because of whale depredation. And so with that quote, I feel that this board is culpable in this matter. I mean, you guys obviously used your influence to influence the council to sway this direction. And given that we've had these huge environmental changes, I think you should use your power to sway the council the other way. I mean, I realize that most of you were not at the helm when this took place in 2005, but you are now. And I really feel something should be done here. The data speaks for itself. I didn't cook this up. Just this is something that came from the data folks. So I greatly appreciate your support. I mean, St. Matthew's suffering. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Colleagues, oops, not sure who's going first. Let's go, John.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Sean, for your proposal. So clearly, you, from your proposal and your testimony here, you have an understanding about how this current arrangement came to be through the cat share plan, through the council process. So I'm curious about why you chose to bring it to us now, and you indicated that you had brought it up to the council's IFQ committee. So should I infer from that the IFQ committee was not interested in discussing this, or what was the reception you got there, and what led you to bring it to us?
Thanks for the question. In some ways, I don't feel enough is being done at the council level or being done fast enough. And I don't want this can kick between organizations. I want to hit each organization, keep pecking away here to get both organizations to support this. And just to be clear, I'm not proposing that we close all of 4D to 4C. I'm simply saying, as was stated in the proposal, to establish a boundary around St. Matthew Island. And if we're going to live under that same premise from 2005, that there's 5,600 square nautical miles of 4D edge versus 560 square nautical miles of 4C, then let's stick to that, but stay out of St. Matthew. It's too much. It's a localized depletion that's going on. So yeah, thank you. I hope I answered your question.
You did in part. What about the part about the IFQ committee's reaction to this proposal? I could go back and look at their minutes, but what's your sense of their take on it?
My sense, it was brought up, it was noted, it's in the minutes. I don't know where it's going from there, though.
So I don't think that committee has set up a meeting date yet to discuss a variety of proposed amendments, but I note in your proposal, it would be nice to see your amended proposal that suggests, I think, drawing a line or an area around St. Matthew and leaving the edge open for both 4C and 4D quota to be caught on. I think that would help your argument. So just that comment.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner DeGrief.
Yeah, thank you very much for your proposal and consideration. I'm just thinking, would it be your thought that the fishermen would then go and harvest their allocation in 4D, or is it just not possible due to whale depredation? Thank you.
Well, I don't think we should, paint ourselves into a corner. I mean, there's continued development with pots, and necessity is the mother of invention.
I agree. Thank you very much.
Any last questions? Okay. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you. Can we go back, please, to the main presentation? And the next on the agenda is proposal C3. This is proposal that I would introduce the TCY for IPHC regulatory area 2A of 1.65 million pounds for 2025. And this proposal was submitted by Makah Tribe, and the sponsor is Timothy Green. And I believe Makah Tribe representatives are available to provide comments on this proposal. Thank you.
Good afternoon. TJ Green, Chairman for the Makah Tribe. And I'm joined with Steve Joner, longtime attendee of IPHC and a great asset for the Makah Tribe. So I'm here to present the proposal for Area 2A with your permission through the chair. I'd like to state that from 2019 to 2024, Regulatory Area 2A has received a constant TCEY of allocation of 1.65 million pounds. This allocation initially put in place in 2019 has provided a consistent TCEY for Area 2A while posing no conservation concern on the coastwide Pacific halibut biomass, as acknowledged by the Secretariat at each commission meeting since. The Makah Tribe is submitting this proposal on behalf of Area 2A, the states of Washington, Oregon, California, and the 13 treaty tribes in Washington state for the 2025 annual IPHC process in support of a continued TCEY of 1.65 million pounds for Area 2A. Additionally, the Makah Tribe is submitting this proposal to ensure that the IPHC Secretariat speaks to a continued TCEY allocation of 1.65 million pounds for Area 2A in terms of whether there are any conservation concerns for this proposal for 2025 and the impacts this may have had on the stock from 2019 through 2024. Suggests the language adopted is to adopt a TCEY for IPHC regulatory 2A in 2025 of 1.65 million pounds.
Thank you for that overview. Do we have questions, colleagues? John?
Thanks, TJ. I wonder if you could give us an indication of what your view is of the uncertainty of not having FIS data from this year. From Ian's presentation, it's clear that the confidence intervals are a little wider than they would otherwise be. Last year, we had the benefit of some survey data in 2A that indicated, if I recall correctly, about a 10% increase in 2A. We're, of course, still facing a coast-wide decline this year and don't have the benefit of new survey data. So I wonder if you could just share with us your perspective on that and how it relates to your proposal.
Certainly. I'd like to request Steve Joner to address that question.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Curlin. We don't have survey results last year, but what we do have is a very long time series of catch data from both the IPHC and from the tribal records. We closely monitor that halibut fishery, and we've developed a WPUE record, slightly different metrics than the IPHC staff uses, but gives pretty much the same result and tells the same story. So when we first submitted the 1.5 million, 1.65 million proposal in 2019, we wanted to be sure that we could monitor the resource to determine if there was a conservation problem and whether that was the appropriate number catch limit. So we've tracked that very closely, and I think from what Dr. Stewart presented yesterday, specifically on his slide number 12, it shows that although the tribal WPU went up and has come down a little bit, the non-tribal went down and came back up. And so if you look at the two, it's very flat. So we've had, we believe, a very stable population, and we have no indication from both the tribal and non-tribal commercial fishery that there is any obvious decline in the population in Area 2A. So I think with the absence of the setline survey in 2024, we have the record from the previous years that shows that that was trending upward, and that is consistent with pretty much what we've seen in our fishery and the management of the fishery. So does that answer the question?
It does. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it.
There are other questions? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your proposal. This is probably directed more to the Secretariat, but maybe you can answer it as well. In terms of how CPUE is measured in the non-tribal fishery, They've moved from, I believe it was like a 10-hour opening to now a 3-day opening. And just curious how moving from, extending the opening, how that would affect CPUE, or, do you have any insight into that?
No, Commissioner Grief, I think that'd be better for the Secretariat to answer. And I'll just say that within 2A, there's annual variability between the tribal and non-tribal commercial fisheries. And even within each of those fisheries, there's variability each year depending on, when the fishing occurs and so forth. So that's something they could better answer.
Okay, thank you very much for your proposal.
Thank you for that. Did you want the Secretary to follow up on that, or?
Yeah, if they could.
Dr. Stewart?
Yeah, we have Dr. Stewart.
Yes, thanks for the question. With regard to CPUE calculation, we don't have any metric of soak time or duration of the set that's included. So it's just a very raw standardization. It's applied the same in all the fisheries. It's essentially just the catch per standardized skate. We correct for hook spacing where that differs, but other than that, there's no other correction to the raw CPUE.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, Commissioner Alverson.
So Steve, I'm looking at the report we had earlier yesterday, and it shows that the attainment of 98% of the tribal allocation for 2 years in a row. Do you have any comment about how the fishery was conducted this year, 2024?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Alverson, or may I call you Bob, since we've known each other for almost 50 years. So, that's one of the things we watch very closly. And, I think within the tribal fishery, I could say, starting with myself, that I was been directly involved in sampling the fishery for well over 35 years, and that's continued on. And with our sampling program and our management and having direct contact with the fishermen, we have a really good pulse of the fishery. So there's no indication that much changed when we were at the Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting in November. I asked the managers to get together from Washington, Oregon, California, and ask that question. Has anybody observed anything in the resource or the fishery that should cause us concern? And I believe the answer across the board was no, nothing obvious to report there. So the answer is it looks about the same as it has been. And one thing that's slightly different now is kind of the makeup of the fleet. As with most fleets, there's been an aging in the tribal fleet and younger people coming up and maybe aren't quite as proficient as the older fishermen have been, but no indication that there's a problem with the 2A resource.
Neil, sure.
Thank you for the proposal. Maybe just so that we kind of can all hear your perspective on this in light of the current stock status. I mean, we heard from Dr. Planis earlier, we're kind of dealing with one stock here. It's pretty conclusive. So can you just share with us your views about why, when we are kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel here and need to find ways to conservation outcomes, 2A doesn't sort of factor into that? What makes 2A different in that regard?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Davis. I'll have a response, but I'll also like to reserve some response from Steve for that as well. Area 2A, as we know and have been here many times before, is comprised of 13 treaty tribes, many of them in the room here, Quinault, Quileute, the S'Klallam tribes, Jamestown, Elwha, and Port Gamble, Lummi Nation. And so many of them come here because this is an important resource, that it's a treaty resource that is very integral, and there's a lot of legal requirements that the U.S. has to meet that trust responsibility in that resource. That being said, tribes are definitely very concerned about that resource, and if there's a need for conservation, we're always the first ones to recommend that. And when we have when we have those data and we have the information in front of us that shows that, when we see that on the grounds, when our fishermen are out there fishing and they're coming back and telling us there's something going on here, we pay very, very close attention and serious attention to those. And when there's a need for conservation, we'll do that. And I think what we've seen here in Area 2A and how we're at the end of the line on this stock, and we're on those outskirts, it is a little different biologically that way, but then also, within the structure of that legal framework and the treaty responsibilities that the U.S. government has, as well as the needs of the states of Washington, Oregon, and California. The 165 has shown to be able to both meet those needs and also not cause a conservation concern for the stock. So, those are my comments to that question, but I'd like to see if Steve has anything to add.
I can't, excuse me, I can't really add anything to that other than to reemphasize the obligation of the United States to accord the treaty fishermen the opportunity to take 50% of the harvestable surplus in their area, and that allocation must be based on the conservation necessity principle. So to help us track that, we ask the IPHC secretariat each year, is there a conservation problem with continuing the 1.65? Is there something we should be concerned about? I'd like to be able to tell you why we're doing so well in 2A when the other areas are not. I believe part of it is that within 2A, we were able to reduce the bycatch in the trawl fishery by 80 or 90% in the last 10 years. And I believe the reduction of bycatch in Alaska waters has benefited 2A. We have favorable conditions there, but the Area 2A, the tribes in particular, will respond if and when we do see a conservation problem within 2A.
Okay, thank you for that overview. Appreciate, and I seeing no further questions. Noting we have 2 more regulatory proposals to move forward. Can we turn to those? Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for a quick break here. Moving to proposals C4 and C5. I was told that both proponents of these proposals find these both proposals very related and addressing really a concern about the status of Pacific halibut and the need for rebuilding a plan for Pacific halibut, or addressing the questions such as defining a reaction to overfishing. And with your chair's permission, both proponents would like to present those proposals jointly.
Works for me. Gentlemen, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging us with that. And yeah, the main reason we decided we wanted to do it together is because proposal C6 sort of builds on C5 here, or I'm sorry, C4 builds on C5. And since I got mine in at the very last minute, mine was last. So I'll speak first and then let Mr. Lakaita speak to his. So my name is Malcolm Milne. I'm the president of the North Pacific Fisheries Association, and I appreciate the opportunity to present to you and would like to thank the Secretariat, especially for their support and availability through this process. NPFA submitted proposal C5 as an attempt to address our grave concerns with the status and trajectory of the halibut stock in fishery. We provided additional written comments, which can be found at AM101-info1-rev2 stakeholder comments. And to quote from document AM101-11, additional risks not included in this analysis, directed commercial fishery catch rates coast-wide and in nearly all IPHC regulatory areas were at or near the lowest observed in the last 40 years. The absolute level of spawning biomass is also estimated to be near the lowest observed since the 1970s. The directed commercial fishery transitioned from the 2005 year class to the 2012 year class in 2022, with the 2012 year class again the most numerous in the landed catch in 2023-24. This shift from older to younger and smaller fish has contributed to observe reduced catch rates. The current spawning stock is heavily reliant on the 2012 and now 2016 year classes. Environmental conditions continue to be unpredictable, with important deviations from the historical patterns in both oceanographic and biological processes observed across the stock range in the last decade. That's the end of that quote. And then from last year's conference board minutes, a minority of USA conference board members noted that they do not support starting with last year's negotiated TCEYs and adjusting the TCEYs based on one-year survey data. Also, they're concerned with coast-wide TCEY being too high, given that the stock is at the lowest absolute population level in the last 30 years. And that SB 30 is a percent of a declining number and might not be a reliable trigger for additional conservation measures. That's the end of that quote. And the just to note there that was from last year's conference board where the stock was at the lowest absolute population level in the last 30 years. That number was since revised down 17%. So an additional concern of ours. Dr. Hicks and Dr. Stewart have discussed absolute spawning biomass as a metric, and it was noted by MSAB 20. Dr. Hicks also mentioned the potential utility of spawning biomass reference points in response to commissioner questions in this morning's MSC presentations, which you all noted. So MPFA submitted this regulatory proposal drawing from last year's scientific review board recommendation, as we noted in our proposal. We're asking the commission to adopt absolute spawning biomass triggers to supplement the current dynamic SB 20 and SB 30 triggers. A percentage of a one-year estimated unfished biomass can be problematic in a declining stock, and our written comments supported that. As Dr. Hicks presented, the IPHC harvest strategy is just a framework. Furthermore, the interim harvest strategy policy is not formally documented and endorsed by the commission at this point. We're looking for something more concrete. In the United States, Magnuson-Stevens Act defines overfishing and overfished, and we felt it was appropriate for the IPHC to do something similar. Earlier this morning, when Dr. Stewart was asked about the conservation concerns with the current stock level, I heard him say that while a low spawning biomass could produce a large spawning event, being at these historically low spawning biomass levels poses an unknown risk. Risk calls for precaution in fisheries management. And as I understand it, the historical staff recommendations had precaution baked into them or built into them, but the current decision table leaves the precaution up to the IPHC commissioners. I'll acknowledge that as presented, our proposal is not complete enough for adoption. I'm hoping the commissioners will acknowledge the importance of this concept and make it a priority for the Secretariat so we can adopt a meaningful absolute biomass trigger before it's too late. Let's heed the advice of the First Nations gentleman who provided the land acknowledgement address and realize that it's our responsibility to protect the halibut resource for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Do we want to just proceed?
If that's okay. Thank you, commissioners. So 100% support what Malcolm just presented, and we were working together. I was actually the president of MPFA for 12 years before Malcolm. But my proposal, and we weren't sure who was going to write all this, so we were struggling with the deadline. And obviously my proposal as well is not a regulatory proposal. I acknowledge that. It was just the best attempt to get something in front of you. So mine builds off of just the absolute minimum. Basically, it's once you establish an absolute minimum biomass, or once it's set, my proposal, and I do have written comments in that I hope you can look for about the proposal. It reassesses how spatial stock structure is managed. Halibut have specific spawning and nursery grounds, and maintaining the distribution of spawning stock is crucial for recruitment across the entire range. The current practice of using a single coastwide biomass metric may not adequately protect all spawning grounds, potentially leading to the loss of nursery areas in any spawning, any spawning ground diminishes. The reason for spatial management, I'm advocating for managing halibut at scales reflecting natural spawning and recruitment structures to preserve regional recruitment potential and prevent local depletion. This includes defining management regions by biological relevance, not just regulatory areas. So I hope you'll read this, but one of the things that kind of came up from the previous science presentation was if this is all one stock, would a spatial approach to control rules and absolute minimums be relevant still? And so it's an open question, but I just like to say, I think you can still have, you can still consider the stock one stock. And I don't, the science question is one thing, the grammar or the approach is something else. But there's a lot of reasons to think about nursery areas. So I wrote, this is in my written comments, and I'll try to conclude. Halibut are known to occupy distinct spawning grounds along the shelf edge, generally in submarine canyons, and larvae settle into and are reared in specific nursery grounds that are located in shallow water along the coast. The pelagic larval phase connects spawning grounds to specific nurseries, which can only be populated by the limited number of spawning grounds that are, quote unquote, within reach of them with respect to coastal currents. Because of this, not all spawning stock is equal in terms of its contribution to recruitment, and the loss of any spawning ground might result in the loss of an unknown number of spawning grounds. And throughout the history of the IPHC, a basic objective of the harvest policy has been to maintain spawning stock distribution over time. And one of the best reasons to pursue that objective is to make sure that recruitment potential, defined as nursery output, is maintained throughout the entire range of the stock. Calculating spawning stock biomass metrics based on a single coastwide value cannot ultimately achieve this objective, and should be reviewed and modified as soon as possible after a coastwide minimum spawning stock biomass limit has been adopted. So just in conclusion, what I'm thinking of is you would have establish a minimum biomass stock estimate for bioregions. They would be, for instance, for example, the Bering Sea, the Gulf of Alaska, perhaps for the Western Aleutians. And they might need specific control rules and maybe with buffers, because areas, obviously all this has to be fleshed out, but just want to give the audience some idea of where I think this could go. Because for instance, in areas like the Bering Sea, most of the mortality comes from trawl bycatch. So this idea of buffers and how you would account, like if you're trying to manage your portion of the stock, but there's still the greatest removals are from another portion. I really think we need to look at that area concept, because I'll conclude there. And I know time is short and I'm standing between you and your lunch. So I'll pause there and hopefully we can have a good conversation about this week.
Thank you both for that. Do we have comments, questions, colleagues? John, go ahead.
Thanks, Malcolm and Buck, both for your proposals. Clearly, they're both quite related to the Commission's consideration of a harvest strategy policy, including advice from the MSAB. What are your thoughts in bringing these up now? I think, Buck, you indicated yours wasn't specifically a regulatory proposal. Malcolm, yours has some elements that you were suggesting specifically for inclusion in regulations. But given that the Commission has indicated an intent to continue discussions about a harvest strategy policy this year, really with the aim of trying to get to something we can adopt, what are your thoughts on kind of where your proposals fit within that process?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll speak specifically to my proposal. And like I mentioned in my comments, I mean, part of what Dr. Hicks mentioned today, that I think it's just a frustration with the time that it's taking for the harvest policy to develop. I mean, we've had an interim policy that, as Dr. Hicks pointed out, has not even been formally documented or endorsed by the Commission. So we're sort of just kind of moving, like floating along without even a formal policy at this point. And then I was just sort of looking at the regulations that we have in the United States, how overfishing and fishing is defined in regulation. So that's my specific proposal, is that we define it now in regulation. And I understand it needs some more work, but I was trying to put it as a proposal so you directly address it, and then we could actually get this taken care of, because I think we're losing time as we fall to a level now that we've, not seen in a long time. And if we continue to go down, I'm worried that no triggers are going to be or hit, and then we're just going to keep free falling to the unknown situation. It could be very, detrimental, and I don't want to see. So that was my idea. Thank you.
If I may try to answer that. So if we come, Malcolm and I are both fishermen, but if we come, and we've come in the past, and especially Malcolm through the group, and just said, we're fishermen, we think you're taking too much out of the water, it hasn't resulted in anything. It's been a minority opinion in the conference board. And so back to my thing about Mayday and signal and turning on the signal, we thought that we needed to go a step further. The MSAB is actually, I think they've already done a lot of the good work. I took 10 years off of the IPHC. I was pleased to see that some of this work has been done already. We weren't inventing these concepts, but how else to kind of relay a sense of urgency? And I was on the North Pacific Council, and I've been there where things get basically slow walked or sent to committee, and 5 years later we're still frustrated by it. So I think Malcolm and my attempt was to try to urge you that there is a sense of urgency. We don't know all the right answers. We're not sure exactly what the best approach is, but we were hopeful that you would, actually recommend this and give it some priority to the MSAB. And then I guess we revisit next year, but time is of the essence. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Peter. Sorry, I just asked my own question, but I'll defer.
Thank you, Malcolm, and thank you, Buck, for the proposals. Just on your thoughts around protection of nursery grounds, I know you said spawning grounds as well. I know there is actual text in the convention about nursery grounds and our need to protect them. So I think that's important to keep in mind. Just in terms of, did you give any thought, like one of the processes that happens is that there's a harvest rate adjustment Was there any thought about when you're thinking in regions about harvest rate? Did you have any thoughts about that or discussion or anything on that subject?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Well, I mean, other than there already is kind of a penalty at 75%, 0.75 in the western areas. And, you know, there's probably a lot better ways to get at a solution to what's happening in the Bering Sea than just, yeah, I think I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about that. I haven't fully considered it, but yeah, thanks for the question. And I think there's a lot of ways. I mean, the concepts, if you're looking for concepts to solve some of these problems, I mean, the concept of a buffer is one that's commonly used in our federal programs or fisheries management. And you know, it's basically when you're concerned, when you have a lower stock size and you're concerned. I don't know exactly where in this process it would be applied. That would be questions for Alan and Ian. But you know, as an interim measure, while we try to sort out all the best science, you know, I mean, you can call it whatever, the precautionary principle, a buffer, reducing harvest rates. We're already at a reduction as it stands for a long time at 0.75 versus 1 in the eastern areas. So be happy to explore a lot of those concepts with you.
Yeah, thank you. One other question I had, I'm sure you've relayed these concerns to IPH staff when you're delivering. Is that accurate? Because one thought I've had is we're not getting those direct inputs into like at this level from fishermen. I don't know how long you've been waving the red, white flags or yeah, just.
So here's my stick. When I come in and deliver in Dutch Harbor, I usually tell the IPHC sampler, worst fishing I've ever had. I've never seen it this bad. And then this year or last year was the worst fishing I've ever had. Never seen it this bad. This year it's worse. And that's been it's not a 1-year thing. It's not a St. Matthews thing. This is an ongoing, you know, multi-year trend. And then on top of this, I don't want to stand between lunch, but I have a beautiful wife of 40 years who sometimes fishes with me. And she's standing there saying, what are we doing here? Leave them in the water. And I say, well, the science says we can harvest this much. You know, maybe we have bad bait. Maybe we're in the wrong spot. Maybe we didn't try hard enough or fished at the wrong time. I've changed all my timing. I've changed all my bait. And my wife still says the same thing. What are we doing here? This is, I mean, remember when our hands were sore from cleaning fish and all we're doing is, you know, seeing blank hooks or shaking something. So anyways, sorry about that.
No, thank you very much for the proposals and your answers.
And equally thanking you both for your proposals. One last question perhaps for you, and decidedly picking up the sense of urgency that you've expressed through this proposal, or both of these proposals rather, to correct myself. And noting as well this sort of expressed intent at this point in time for the Commission to adopt a harvest strategy policy over the span of 2025. Recognizing, I guess, that some of the elements within here may be more or less within the span of immediate response from MSAB and the Secretariat, would there be receptivity, and I'm trying to pose my question in a way that doesn't prejudge your response, to timing implications for the adoption of a harvest strategy policy? Would you be open to that delaying the policy, or would you prefer that the policy be adopted?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. And I would not be in favor of delaying the adoption of a policy. I mean, I think it could be added in afterwards. I think you need to get a conservative policy adopted. But in response to the conditions we have right now, it's been too long. We've been waiting too long for this process. But I think you could, add a sense of urgency to that process and then ask that this be an absolute spawning biomass trigger be added. It's very similar to what Alan suggested, in today's presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We are supposed to have well, thank you both. Buck, Malcolm, we'll release you back to your seats. We are supposed to have public comment. David, do we have folks? I am in the hands of the collective on this, recognizing that we are between you and lunch, and equally with regards to the speakers, I don't want them to feel jammed. I do think it's appropriate that we have sufficient time to air public comment. Sorry. So why don't we don't reconvene plenary yet? Yeah, that's the challenge. So then I'm going to ask your further indulgence in standing between you and lunch. And I don't say that to put that burden on the shoulders of those who are about to provide us with public comment. But maybe we can move to that and work our way through that. So who's up first?
Thank you, Chair. So we have Sean McManus to speak on agenda item 10.3, but Sean, have you already covered that? That's an easy one. Thank you very much. Patricia Phillips to speak a general comment on the halibut resource. Patricia, if you could come forward. She's online. Okay, Secretariat, would you be able to give Patricia the microphone? And while that's being done, there are two others, Jeff Kaufman and then Forrest Braden. So Patricia, can you hear us? Jeff, if you could come forward while we're waiting. Thank you.
Hello? I'm
Yes,
here.
we can hear you, Patricia. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Patricia Phillips. I've lived in Pelican, Alaska since 1972. I'm an original 2C IFQ recipient, and I hold 3A quota share, and I am a tribal subsistence halibut card holder. I'm also the mayor of our community, Pelican, Alaska. I've seen the highs and the lows. I was here in the 70s when the halibut fisheries went to 10 days off, 10 days on. I was here when the Canadian fleet would come in and deliver their fish here. I was one of the people who passed around a petition asking that we close east of 140 to draggers because we saw the impacts that dragging had on our resource. Our business is called Pacific Fishing Inc. It's my husband and myself, and we're like third generation commercial fishing, but long millennia of indigenous fishing rights. Our fishing vessel is Pacific Dawn, a 56-foot vessel that was once a seiner that we turned into a longliner. Our vessel is capped out at 0.5% for Area 2C. We have 2C IFQ holders ask us to fish their quota, but we can't because we're capped out. And that quota that we can't fish is left in the water, not caught. Our sablefish IFQ is scarcely making expenses because of the small fish and increasing fuel and bait cost. The small boat fleet is what this 0.5% restrictive limit is supposed to protect and is now restricting access. 3A consistently gets, we consistently get postcards from IFQ holders saying, come fish your quota on our boat. Let us fish your quota. They can harvest up to 1%. In this era of increasing expenses and reduced quota, I mean, there should be, these fishery management organizations, IPHC, North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, should be thinking about ways that us small boat fleet people can make ends meet, because the way it is now, we had the worst year ever in terms of fish prices, not what we delivered, but in terms of the value of that fish that we delivered across the dock. So, I hear about the weight of size at age, and I hear nothing about forage fish. I mean, right now, the Board of Fish in the state of Alaska is going to be meeting in Ketchikan, and they're going to have herring on their agenda. And, forage fish, herring is an important food source for halibut. And so we have fish that are halibut that are smaller than they should be or were in the past. And another forage food is pollock. I mean, halibut eat pollock, if you talk about that for Western Alaska. My husband once had quota all the way out to 4B. He fished all the way out to the Pribs. We sold that stuff now. I know that was a while ago, but we do have experience, and we know the resource all across the Gulf up into the Bering Sea. So for our area, I also serve on our local Fish and Game Advisory Committee. There's a lack of enforcement. All of Cross Sound is like this big fan. You guys all know that's a big fan shape, but we have all these communities of Pelican, Elfin Cove, Gus Davis, Hoona. They run from their community straight out to Cross Sound, these charter boat fleets, and they drop their hooks, and then they're either fishing 2C or 3A for their halibut, for their trophy fish. And then you got the small boat fleet coming in and trying to, do short sets and try to get their quota, but the ground is so hammered, they're not able, they have to do multiple, some of the fleet has to do multiple trips to get their small amount of quota, because it's just the grounds are so hammered. So, and we also talk about, what about the impacts to the environment? Because we now have a La Nina in the lower southern hemisphere. And, we're going to have another blob, a blob where we're going to have hot water in our Gulf of Alaska. And that last blob caused a huge peacock die-off, a huge bird die-off, and then impacts to the migration of migratory fish species. So, our halibut resource is susceptible to stock declines. I do appreciate the scientists who talked about, doing the studies on the fecundity of halibut, because the bigger the halibut gets, the more fecundity that halibut has. That means there's more eggs to turn into more halibut. So our primary, and I appreciate what Linda Benkin said about our nursery grounds, and I want to say that I support what she said, but the Bering Sea, the Portlock Banks, and then in our Southeast Alaska, we have small isolated spots that are nursery grounds for halibut. So, we need to be slow it down in those areas, and so that the eggs that release in those areas can turn into juveniles, can turn into big fish. I appreciate your patience with me. I wasn't ready for this quick of a comment, but I'm very concerned about the sport fish harvest in the areas 2C, 3A. I don't want to throw them under the bus, because a lot of, my community has a diverse economy, and that diverse economy includes commercial fishing and sport fish industries, but they're not being monitored. If you want to do a study, do a creel study. We've been asking Fish and Game for a creel study in our community because of the ramped up increase of sport charter fishing, and now we have unguided lodge operator, with 8 boats going to be fishing out of Pelican, and none of that unguided harvest is not being studied. So there's a study for you, and our Fish and Game Advisory says that we want that. We've been asking Fish and Game for that, and they keep telling us that they don't have the money to do it. I'd like to see a more conservative restriction for the halibut season, a bag limit of 1, an annual limit of 1 or 2, a 63-inch minimum size limit, because those larger fish carry more eggs. So, I do have some other notes, but I don't have them readily available. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that set of comments. Appreciated. Can we turn to the next public comment?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Kaufman, and I am here today representing St. Paul Island, its fishermen, and Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. I would like to speak to two issues today. The first being Sean McManus's proposal 2C, and the second being a slide that was presented earlier today titled Bias and Stock Assessment regarding the potential cost of reduced survey stations. So regarding the regulatory proposal 2C to close Area 4D to fishing for 4C quota, CBSFA would like to make it clear that we support the current regulatory structure. CBSFA made the original proposal to both the IPHC and the National Marine Fisheries Service in 2003 for all the right reasons, and I imagine that all 4C quota holders continue to support it. Stakeholders at this meeting, including ourselves, are attempting to come to grips with the results of declining halibut resource, but removing access to 4D would exacerbate the impacts of a declining resource for 4C IFQ and CDQ holders in a most unacceptable way. The regulation change that went into effect in 2005 allowed fishing effort to spread out in a much larger area, with larger vessels able to fish further from the priblofs and allow smaller local vessels to fish in more protected areas closer to the islands. When the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council approved expanding the fishable area to include 4D, it was clear that they believe CBSFA and 4C IFQ quota holders should have continued opportunity to catch their assigned proportion of the halibut resource. So a couple of facts in 2003, prior to this action in 2005 that allowed us to fish 4C quota in 4D, just 42% of the halibut IFQ was landed and just 45% of the halibut CDQ was landed, in comparison to a 97% harvest rate for the Alaska areas in total. These declined catch rates and harvest generated great concern in the 4C communities of St. Paul and St. George, who depend heavily on the halibut resource to support their local economies and way of life. Another fact is only 5.1% of the entire 4CD area is in 4C. So 4C is a small box in a very large area that represents about 5.1% of the fishable bottom area. And yet 4C receives 46% of the quota. So we have 5% of the fishable bottom area, but yet 4C is allocated 46+% of the area for CDE FCY. The limited fishing grounds in 4C, from which almost half of the catch for the three areas combined was taken, this resulted in a very concentrated fishing effort in a relatively small area, creating biological concerns that were noted by the Halibut Commission and by the North Pacific Council. So to wrap this one up, the use of 4C and 4D has been an assumed aspect of owning 4C quota for 2 decades. Differentiating now would have serious effects and would disproportionately impact Bering Sea communities. Having said all that, I believe this is a North Pacific Fisheries Management Council issue, and the proposal would be better dealt with at that level. In the meantime, we oppose the proposal and continue to fully support allowing 4C to be harvested in the greater 4D area for biological and economic reasons. Moving on from that, just want to reflect quickly on a slide that was presented to us. It was on page 16 of one of the previous presentations, and it was titled Bias and Stock Assessments. And so just to read quickly from that slide to help set the stage, the recent simulation analysis explored the effect on stock assessment results of a cumulative bias in the FIS index of 15% over the upcoming period from 25 to 27. If the true FIS trend was a 15% decrease, but due to a reduced design, the FIS index was estimated to be flat over the same period, resulting estimates would be biased. This would result in a 2 to 3% overestimate of spawning biomass, a 1% overestimate of SPR, and a 9% underestimated of the probability of stock decline in 2028. So to account for a 9% underestimate of the probability of stock decline, the coast-wide TCEY would need to be reduced by about 4 million pounds, or around $24 million in landed catch, thus accounting to the potential accounting for potential bias in management decisions could have a significant impact on short-term fishery yields and revenue. So to tie that together, my comment is that it seems that the cost of addressing uncertainty from a lack of surveys through reduced harvest is potentially much larger than the cost of more survey coverage. 4 million pounds, or about $24 million in lost value, is quite an expense to the fleet from poor survey design and coverage. That concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you. Just do a swap of the mic.
I skipped breakfast, so I'm as hungry as all of you are. So I'll try to make this quick. So I have, I'm referencing the trace plot slide, from Dr. Hicks's presentation, and you don't necessarily have to pull it up. And then I think it's the decision table slide is slide 14 from Dr. Ian. Yeah, I need some food, some calories. So I am confused. I am hearing from folks about the concerns of the stock status, and I'm confused now about how to internalize the science that we're using. We looked at the trace plots modeling, showing us what would happen theoretically with 500 runs at a F43 or a FSPR of 43%, and also 51%. And I was looking at the decision table, and the 10% cut from status quo is 50%. And so I'm assuming that we'd see very similar trajectories, which was, according to Dr. Hicks, was increase in spawning biomass over the next 60 years. So I don't know I don't know what to do at this point with that. And then I want to turn to the decision table, and everybody can look at it in their mind. I've spent hours staring at it over the years, and I'm seeing very small differences going from status quo down to minus 15%. I'm seeing that straight 25% chance of a decrease in stock trends, or I should have it in front of me, but you know, the chance of going below B30, the chance of going below B20. There's a lot of similar numbers there, and I know we always put it in terms of it's a 30% probability that, you know, we're going to be below these things, but I always flip it over in my mind and I say, well, that's a 70% probability or a 65% probability of a good outcome, which is an increase. And I think if you look at those decision tables, you'll see that there's a pretty good probability at some of these levels, 5%, 10% below, of actually increasing the stock in the short term. So again, back to the original thesis, if you will, like, how are we supposed to use this anymore? We're hearing people talk about their on the water experiences, but how do we deal with anything but probabilities? We were told that the decision table bakes in the uncertainty of the 2016 year class. We're told that the fishery weight per unit of effort is also a driver of these short-term things. And if Dr. Stewart wants to correct me on that and I misunderstood it, I'm happy to be corrected. But I mean, this is the best work of this commission and the Secretariat, is to give us these tools to make these decisions. And I get it that it seems grave on the water for some folks. It's not my personal experience in Southeast Alaska and the fishery that I participate in. I'm seeing lots of small year classes that probably aren't being caught on 16-knot hooks coming around, and hopefully that's a good sign. But when you take a look at the decision table and you make your ultimate decisions, I don't know how draconian we need to be. Can we take short-term tactical moves here, rely on both short and long-term graphs and tables, and kind of work our way back out of this? Maybe that's not where you're sitting and not where you're feeling, but I would ask this commission to really take into consideration the information we're given, the probabilities, and make some iterative and moderate cuts this year. We do support cuts, again, as I said in my last comment, but consider the consequences of, I know that people say consider the consequences of what happens if the stock's in jeopardy. I just please tell us, Secretariat, if we're there, we would assume that you would stop us in our tracks and not just say, yeah, go ahead and make whatever decisions you want to make. So Anyway, that concludes my comments. It's lunchtime. Go team.
Thank you for those. I like the culmination. Not sure if there's any reflections on that at this point in time. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to break for lunch. Although, David, did you wish to make a couple little comments here? It's a resumption.
Yeah, thank you very much. There was one more from Chris Sporer that snuck under the line, but Chris, are you willing to hold and come back for it? Thank you very much. And then I do note that we're quite late, so it's 1:36. We are supposed to start the two subsidiary body meetings at 2 p.m. May I ask the chairs and co-chairs if you would like to start at 2 p.m. or defer till 2:30? Could I just get a quick verbalization? Okay, so the conference board and the PAB will commence at 2:30. For the commission, we're supposed to have started 5 minutes ago. Would you like to adjourn for an hour and just come back? Okay, perfect. Thank you.